beginning of a bunch of dumb changes.
I think it's a really, really fucking bad idea.
Yes, this is true. Because if the killer... this basically allows you to... This is going to get abused in a very simple way. People are going to loop around you. Now there will be no penalty for looping around somebody.
Pretty much. They'll just get themselves. Oh wait, no, that's right. If there's survivors inside, like close to the person on hook, the meter fills up slower. Apparently.
Are they going to rework the slow perks into speeding that up?
I don't know. I thought about this as they were fucking like as I was like reading through it. I was like, you know, this is just gonna kill fucking Deliverance. Deliverance like doesn't even fucking matter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it is basically just Deliverance again.
Like you're literally just getting Deliverance for free without the drawback of being broken.
That is bizarre. Face camping isn't like a strategy that works though, unless your team is stupid. It punishes overly altruistic players.
They're also it's also gonna fuck proxy camping as well, because just the killer being nearby fills up the meter.
Yeah, but like the way that they program shit, it's gonna be registering that at the wrong times.
You're going to be registering while the killer is directly in front of you, pull yourself off the hook, immediately get downed again, put back on hook.
No, they actually already fixed that. Everyone has borrowed
flaws.
time.
That's actually one of the flaws that I was reading about from somebody's comment. Is that it's honestly could be like a really bad idea because so you have to wait 60 seconds for somebody to go into stage 2 on hook.
Yeah.
If they just jump off preemptively, well, now the killer's just going to tunnel you, knock you down, and then put you back on hook again. And now they don't have to wait the full 60 seconds.
Yeah. It's going to do the same thing Kobeing does, which is make the killer go, wait, what?
What's that? You got off hooks? Well, time to turn around and tunnel you.
Well, it's hard. That is one of the tunnely times that I actually kind of understand, because it's like literally put on hook, turn around, leave, off hook. Excuse me?
My problem with them making it to where survivors can just get themselves off hook is the killer has no pressure anymore. The killer has literally no fucking pressure anymore.
Well, the thing is,
somebody, the rest of their team just like, oh, whatever, he'll just get himself off hook. Nobody has to give a shit anymore.
Well, you said that the killer has to be nearby.
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know what incentivizes nearby.
Could be 5 meters, 10 meters, yes meters, no meters.
Well, it has to be a minimum of like 30.
I assume 32 meters
Fair.
is as far as the killer can be because that's usually the terror radius of like every.
But again, if it's based off of the terror radius, that will entirely be subverted by stealth killers.
Maybe.
This is a dumb idea they will not be able to fix.
What if the person on the hook had to draw line of sight? Like you actually had to stare at the killer. So there was a little bit of, you know.
Wouldn't work.
Like just, Insidious Bubba likes to hide around corners inside basements.
Yeah. Essentially, that wouldn't work because you could just go behind them, or you could go behind a tree. Ultimately, I think it's weird that there's moral code in a killer game.
I like the idea of like Bubba or Clown like sitting behind like a fence post, but like their stomach is just.
Just like the old cartoons where they just go behind this thin post and you'd still see them just blow out.
So,
I would fuck around like
that. You can't see me
Bubba.
if I can't see you.
If I can't see him, he can't see me. If I can't see him, he can't see me. Yeah, that'd be funny.
But they haven't, they're working on it, and they haven't announced any actual details of how it's going to work, what the values of it are, or anything like that.
That is bizarre, and,
it's
I don't know.
Probably not going to go through.
It shouldn't go through because they've literally said the entirety of the game that face camping is allowed. It is a strategy. Deal with it.
I mean, do they have a PTR for that game?
That's what it's on.
It's called the PTB.
Hmm.
It's not on there yet. They're still like fucking with the coding for it, and then it'll be on there probably within like the next few weeks.
It's That's just like the surrender changes they're doing for League, where they're going to be like, you don't get to see who voted. However, each player has an individual cooldown of 6 minutes, so there's no spamming, but the team has a total of 3-minute cooldown as per usual.
Yo, who FF'd?
Right? That's basically what it's going to turn into who did it. What
Also,
happened?
Get him. He's a
it-
bitch.
Also, killing yourself on hook has been given
Oh,
a title
of
now.
course.
It's
Wait.
been what now? Excuse me?
It's been given a title now.
Suicide?
No, it's just going next.
Going next.
You intentionally just kill yourself because you're just going next.
Oh yeah, just like League, it's like FF go next.
Yep.
There are definitely
Should've let
some
it go.
games where your team is so shit you just kill yourself.
Yep. Or something happened that extremely tilted you.
Yeah.
Yep.
It happens to me every other game.
It happens to me every now and again.
I don't know. I lived in a constant state of being tilted last night while playing Dawn of War.
Why?
We never could get a good game to get going. One of the last ones we played, I thought we were going to have it, and the other Chaos faction just, like, decided to win.
Just decided to become puberty.
Just decided to win.
Yeah, like, we pushed up through the middle, we wiped out the other Chaos faction, and pushed into another Chaos faction, backed off from that because I had to deal with Sisters of Battle on my side, Jacob had to deal with Necrons on his side. By the time we got back to addressing them, they had already pushed back into the middle, taken over everything in the middle, and had Vindicators and Razorbacks and Rhinos and Dreadnoughts and fucking Chaos Defiler, and I'm just like, oh my god, I can't deal with this. I'm not even upgraded enough to deal with this. What the fuck?
How many games after the Orc Tyranid game was this?
4 or 5, I think.
Jesus.
I mean, most of our games lasted less than 30 minutes because we were getting, like, absolutely bodied. That one lasted almost an hour. And it ended with me living in Jacob's base, building a web sail to get out a Phantom Titan to fight their Reaver Titan, but with everything else that they had, they just bodied my Phantom Titan.
I was playing Chaos Demons of Zinch.
How'd that go?
It was early game, they're decent, but I misread something, and I thought they had an upgrade when they were aligned with the Zinch that made them good against everything, but instead it only makes them good against infantry.
Oh.
Yeah, it's kind of a problem when they're doing nothing but sending vehicles.
Well, the problem is the infantry one is long range, and the vehicle one is short range, and they're squishy. So if I try to send them in, they just die.
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. That's totally counterproductive to what you would actually be dealing with.
Quick to bed, go! Run directly into that tank.
Then the last match we played, we ended up shoved into a corner. I spawned, like, directly next to Tyranids.
I spawned directly next to Space Marines, and I opted to help Dave instead of myself, and I died.
We both died,
Like you.
but... Well,
Like, I
more
will help
accurately,
you.
I crashed in the process of us getting our asses kicked because
Yeah.
I had just heard the Necrons on the other side of the map's Great Pyramid starting to shoot, and I'm like, oh god, we're fucked. Like, I wasn't even in Tier 4 yet. I was in the process of upgrading to Tier 3. I'm like, we are so fucked.
Also
We're one
funded
nuke
that
away
entire
from being
game.
wiped out.
I funded my entire game off of literally no points. I had no points at all, and I was able to, like, actually play.
I think I had 4 requisition points, and that's it. That was just throwing trash everywhere just to try and keep things away from me so I could keep building. But because of the goddamn Tyranids, like, I do not understand how they are able to produce and reinforce units so fucking fast.
Well, that's literally their gimmick, and surprisingly, when I play them, all of
But
those
they're
units
too
are very, very squishy.
tanky. They're way too fucking
that's
tanky.
The thing. They're not supposed to be.
I swear to God, man, like, the AI, when we raise the difficulty, like, I legit don't think it changes their strategy. What I think it does is it actually provides a multiplier to all of their units as far as damage and their health pool. And the damage they do to morale.
If you guys
Go
want,
on.
you guys could set up a game, put the AI on the hardest difficulty. The Eye of Horus can just watch them.
No, I understand where Dave's coming from. When you put them low, they're retarded. They don't do anything. So it does change how they play.
It does.
If you put them on like normal difficulty, they just fuck off in their base and do nothing. The problem is the jump from normal to hard is massive. There's never like a good in between difficulty.
I mean, I play on standard and just do 1v1s, and they behave just fine.
I 1v1 on hard. I 1v1 on standard. They're dead in half a second.
I mean, usually I end up encountering them at some point on a map, and I just use that as a hard point to keep them held in place, and then I start trying to push behind them. But
I just kill people. I'm a rusher.
yeah, see, I don't particularly care to rush. I suppose if I would actually play Eldar as a rushing faction, which is probably how they're designed to be played, I could probably wipe out factions very quickly, but I'm very lazy and I don't like doing that much work. I like actually being able to upgrade and achieve and, you know, not just brain dead send shit in.
Consider that
All
what
three of us
rushing
have
is
very
either.
different play styles, actually.
The way I play is I upgrade my people as I attack.
Yeah, you rush, which is really powerful early game, and then it starts to kind of fall off a little bit. Dave kind of.
I'll be
tries
honest,
to
I
make
over
choke
turtle.
points.
That's
Dave
fair.
makes
Yeah,
choke
I do it too.
points. I almost completely turtle inside of my base and create artillery units to bombard the crap out of things at a distance.
That's part of the reason why I like
Oh.
playing Tau so much, is because it's so much easier to make artillery. You
That's
know,
why
you
I
can
play
build
it.
broadsides. The fire warriors outrange every infantry unit in the entire game, including other turrets.
Your fire warriors are nasty even base game.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
one of the things, like,
exactly.
in vanilla, my go-to faction is Sisters. I straight up build 4 squads of Sisters, I get the leader, I get 3 missionaries, I hit someone and they die.
Sisters are surprisingly powerful, actually.
If you know how to use them, they're very good. In the mod, they're just OP.
Yep. Infinite Faith.
I mean,
baby.
they were my neighbor on what the hell was that? Kagurab City or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I pushed into that with Storm Guardians to start with. Stole their point in front of their base and just kept pushing in. Jacob came in with units to help me finish wiping stuff out. I followed back up with more Dire Avengers and my Autarch. By the time we got them wiped out, Imperial Guard and the other Eldar that were allied together, like, they were so powerful combined, they were able to just wipe me out in my base, pin Jacob in his base, and trap me in the other area, so my army was completely divided. I managed to get a builder to place something in the back of Jacob's base at a distance and go over there to build it. Had Jacob finish it for me so I could try and hold off, but it's like they already have Bane blades and, I mean, relic units and shit like that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they
And
control
yet again,
the
it's
middle.
yeah, the same thing though, that like when we have all of them against each other, they end up just fucking each other to the point that by the time we're ready to fight, they're a pushover. But if we put them on a team, they just steamroll the entire fucking map before we're ever ready to fight. You know, we're still in rushing mode, and meanwhile they're at tier 3 and ready to just fuck on everything.
Well, to be fair, as some commentary, criticism, whatever, towards that, if we had actually, instead of rushing the Sisters, just gone in the middle and taken it, we would have won.
I don't know if we could have held it.
We would have. It's impossible to take once it's all taken. You get so much money. Like, that's where all the money in that map is. If you take the middle, you win. Most of the maps are designed in ways like that, where you're supposed to go to very specific areas and take them.
Mm-hmm.
Although it seems like a lot of the random maps made by people who aren't, like... Let's say the DLC maps don't do that. The DLC maps don't really have those spots. They try to be a little more even. The base game, because I think there was less in it, they tried to give you more areas to fight over.
Well, they were trying to incentivize you to fight over relics, is what they were
Yeah.
trying to do, which is why a lot of the standard maps have like a relic in the middle with 2 critical points on the sides, or
Yeah.
relics on either side and a critical point in the middle, So that way the tipping point was whoever controlled the middle, and then you would be able to gain more requisition, which means you could upgrade faster, you could send out more units, and as long as you were efficient with what you were sending and responding to your opponent, you could push back and forth with that rock, paper, scissors game and then eventually overwhelm and then shove back. And then it becomes a cascading effect. As they lose points and you gain points, you're gaining more resource, therefore you're able to put out more units, build more buildings, etc., while your opponent has less to work with.
Yeah.
Did I hear that right? Dave basically took my role.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, when me and Orange would play, I would be the one pushing forward while he turtled. And I'd be taking the points, denying resources, because I knew that
You
was the game.
horribly missed that, because he's the turtle.
Yes. I turtle, but I also try and lay siege to enough points that I know that I can control within a particular range.
Yeah, see, exactly. Yeah, that's literally what I do until I start expanding outward, and I proceed to take all the edge ones and put them in a corner.
Like when we do Karab City, I try and rush with my Tau up to the middle to at least take the very first point at the ramp and then grab the one in the back corner, and then I have a line that I can push forward. It takes time to push forward, but it's doable with Tau. It's a little difficult, but I think probably the worst exchange I had was against Necrons.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So.
I don't know. I think too many RTSs are in love with StarCraft. And they just love the Zergling Rush concept. It's like, oh, game should end in less than 10 minutes. No.
I don't think it should. Well, yeah, fair enough. I would say like half the factions are rushing and half the factions are turtles. The problem is with the mod, they made it so everybody can get to a late game, whereas in the base game, the turtle factions actually outscale the other ones.
Right, but of course the goal with the turtle factions is to rush to a certain point but not overextend yourself. If you overextend yourself in a risky fashion, then a rushing faction will overrun you because you've overextended your resources. Because your units are more expensive, they take longer to build. So you either have to basically hop skip from point to point, sending a couple builders along with to try and make sure that you're reinforcing those points to buy you time, expecting that you're going to lose the ground that you've gained from a rushing faction, and then eventually come back with a very powerful army to push them back and then hold those points hard, because now you have units that outscale the rushing units. And as long as you control more than your opponent controls, then you are going to outscale and be able to cascade and push them back into their own base and wipe them out.
Those are very good synapses.
And then you're dealing with Tyranids and Orcs.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with a Tyranid Orc faction, there's literally nothing you can fucking do. It doesn't matter if you have so many webway portals that you were healing your units retardedly.
Was explosions.
Yeah, we needed artillery, but I did not have artillery to be able to shoot as Eldar. The only thing I could do was just hold that line, and that's it.
Ultimately, we got very bad matchups last night.
Yes, we got horrible matchups. What?
I said you should have been able to make fire prisms.
I wasn't up to the point where I could make fire prisms. By the time I got to the point I could make those, I was making the super heavies to respond to the Killicrushers.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and I was making, because I think that game I was still Space Marines. I was trying an artillery, or I was trying a heavy armor Space Marine build, and I was building Predator Annihilators.
Yeah, you were doing just fine against the Chaos Space Marines. And I was doing fine holding the line against the Tyranids. They could not push me back. But as soon as the Orcs joined that, and now I have two Horde factions pushing me, they had one big push that basically wiped out all of my Dire Avengers and most of my defenses. And by the time I got units back out there and I saw what they brought next, it's like, well, fuck, there's no way I can hold this. It's over. I'm going to get shoved all the way back into my base, so I stopped building super heavies. I started building, basically trash units to be able to interfere as much as possible, get behind them, and destroy their artillery trash in the back, build turrets. But shit.
Yeah,
That
but
was
they
a
had
damn
fucking,
nightmare.
they had other vehicles backing up their fucking kill crushes and their fucking.
No, they really didn't. Not that I could see. They had 2 kill crushes, and then it was just they had the armored mega knobs that pushed in from the back. That they literally just hugged the wall to avoid Jacob to hit me from the back.
No, what you were getting hit with, it wasn't the kill crushers that were fucking you up. It was the damn, what the hell are they fucking called? The orcs have like this little fucking. Well, it's not really little. It's like almost the size of a kill crusher. It's a tank with a big ass fucking cannon on it, and it's their artillery unit. One fucking shot from that was like a big AoE blast that hit all of your fucking buildings around the relic. And they had 2 of those. They were bombarding you from outside your fucking vision. You guys didn't see them.
Oh yeah, that's right. They were on the other side of the fucking mountain, and then as soon as they got vision, then they just attacked my relic because that's where all my defenses were at.
You know, they were really effective versus vehicles and buildings. So they were just bombarding the shit out of you with artillery guns.
That makes sense.
That's why your
The
buildings
orcs came
started
at
going
me
so
with
fast.
Daka Stompas.
Yeah, by the time they hit your base, they had the Daka Stampa, and I think there were 2 Uberfexes in there, and just a shitload of swarming Tyranids, and it was a nightmare.
And then sync error happened.
Oh, I actually survived all the way to the end. It was actually kind of silly. I actually outlasted Jacob because I teleported one of my builders to another section
I got
and
sync
started
error.
building.
I thought you just went to bed. Or did you
No,
go to
it's
bed next game?
I went to bed like as you guys were setting up the next game.
I don't remember.
Because my game fucking crashed off that sync error and I didn't want to fucking boot it back up again.
Oof.
Because it takes fucking 10 minutes to boot my game.
All right. Well, anyway, I think this is probably all we're gonna have for Meow.
Yeah, Zach said he'd show up eventually.
Yep. Zach said he would show up eventually whenever he gets done camping. So probably whenever he gets back from the campground. Sean and Kat are both on the road right now. So yeah.
What the hell is fucking Joey?
I don't
He's
fucking know.
here, isn't he? He's just insanely fucking quiet.
I know. I have him
Who's
turned up to
actually back?
200%, and he's still quiet as shit.
That's uncharacteristic.
Hold on, there's a volume center on the microphone. How's this?
Now I have
hey.
to lower you.
Yeah. Now I have to lower you.
I told you wouldn't want to raise it up.
We couldn't hear you.
Exactly. Fat piece of shit.
Fair.
All right, so where you guys left off was basically the end of the night, realizing that Dracus had not returned for the evening, and you were left with the assumption that he was probably camping outside of town. So, picking back up in the morning, Dracus still has not returned.
And we're all in the pub now, yeah?
Yes, you guys are all back at One-Eye Jax's for the most part.
I guess he's dead. I mean, we could just look for another dog, right?
Yeah, you're right. For the sake of expediency, and so I don't have to think too hard about it, as I had talked with Zach, Sankira was already up before the rest of you and is already out at the tower working, so that saves me 1 headache.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I mean, literally, that's what I would do as well, is when I woke up, I would just go to the tower and start working as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wouldn't think anything of Dracus being gone. Like, I don't know him.
Right, but we also haven't really like established your character schedule, like what time do they typically wake up, what is their morning routine,
that's fair.
etc. So I just kind of assumed
They're
that you're
like me. I'm gonna write them like me, where they are insanely inconsistent.
Well, I mean, you were up. No, actually, you went to bed really early, so you'd probably be up early too.
Yeah. I went to bed like first or second, I think.
Actually, I think
he
you were the
isn't-
first one that went to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you left Bibimbap there to play footsie pickpocket.
Yeah, I just like, okay, I'm just gonna leave. This is fucking nonsense. I'm out. And Bibimbap just walked away. Like, I never specified where he went. He's just gone.
Yeah, and the last thing that happened was Theris got booted in the face by Sankira.
Oh, right.
That's my purse. I don't know you. That was great.
I finally decided, hey, maybe I should do something that befits my character. Gets fucking kicked in the face, and I'm like, yeah, this is fine.
I believe I requested that Risen wake Strom up if Strom wasn't already up before he went out to go and look for Dracus.
Yep. So, of course, with Dracus not being back, Risen being up before basically everybody else, other than maybe Theris. So, yeah, after he checks Dracus' room to see if he's awake or if he's back, checks the bar, dining
Let's
hall.
just say Ziggy's eating breakfast.
Okay. So, yeah, then Risen would go and wake up Strom, and those two are probably going to head out the south gate and go investigate and see if they can figure out what the hell happened. But as those two are coming down the stairs back into the dining hall, actually Onage is the only person that would probably remember. Yeah, his character would be the only one that would recognize him, as far as the people that are currently in attendance.
Who am I recognizing?
Beniago Kurth walks into the
Beniago.
bar.
Is he gonna make me spaghetti?
If only, if only.
Oh, I don't know who this is.
No, he's a jackass, so.
So he's not gonna make me spaghetti. He's gonna make me like fucking tortellini, but with no filling.
Correct.
Well, for reference, as you will probably be filled in later, Beniago Kurth is the High Captain of Ship Kurth, which is the most powerful faction in Luskan.
Oh,
Did I actually meet Beniago?
I could blink him to a different dimension.
Yes, you guys did actually meet Beniago, but that was probably 4 months ago that you guys met. There was a very brief meeting. Because he was talking with Jax in the bar before Tiago showed up.
I must have probably just glanced his way, kind of recognizing who he is, unless he's actually hailing me.
Beniago kind of gives you an up and down look, as he doesn't recognize who you are because he hasn't seen you since your transformation. But he does vaguely recognize Risen, even if he does look slightly different. The face is still the same. And he stops in front of the two of you and asks you where Jax is at.
Top lane.
Jesus.
Wrong game.
Have you tried in the jungle?
Right at
Just
him.
look for a lamppost. This is all going over my wife's head.
No, I know what the fuck you guys are talking
Yeah,
What
she
are we talking
comments it.
about?
about. League.
Okay.
Duh.
Gold
I'm
star.
not that stupid.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I get brownie points.
Yeah, you do.
I
You
don't
get
know
brown
if I
eye
want someone
points.
to be proud of me for knowing anything to do with League of Legends.
You just want someone to be proud of you.
Yes. but
That's because
not the
Joey
point.
has a praise kink.
I'm not confirming or denying that.
That
Good
confirms
boy.
it.
That confirms it, yes.
No. Everyone knows I'm calling bullshit. We all know it's true.
He is a rope bunny with a praise kink.
If you remember the sheet, it actually said that. That was like the third or fourth
You know,
one.
weirdly enough, I didn't thoroughly read the sheet.
That's all I didn't read.
Yeah, you know, it's funny enough that you mentioned it. I didn't actually read the sheet.
Real talk though. If you told me, yeah, I read the first one and went, no, that's good, I'd believe you because I'm pretty sure the first one was either I think it was Rope Bunny, and that's the only one you fucking remember.
Because it was funny.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that term before, but I knew what it meant instantly.
Frankly, same. That test was how I found out, actually. Like, oh, well, we put it that way. Fuck me.
Was that the end of that sentence?
Was that the end of that sentence, or were you making a request?
That was the end of that sentence. It was not a request. I mean, if you want it to be a request, it wasn't intended as such, but I can turn it into one.
Well, I'm not requesting shit.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Oh man.
Kind of shit we say while we know we're being recorded.
I
Imagine what we say when we're not being recorded.
don't know what you're talking about. This whole conversation is getting clipped out.
That's fair.
Yeah, right.
Amazing.
Nobody's said anything racist, though.
It's true.
That's because Sean's muted.
This is true, also.
I will just look down at Captain Kurth and say that I can't say that I have seen him.
Beniago kind of gives you a sideways glance and then looks back at Risen, yet again not recognizing you for who you are. But Risen repeats what you had said. Honestly not knowing where Jax had went to after last night. And Beniago says that we have a problem.
Oh boy.
So, out of curiosity, if I'm eating breakfast, can I hear this?
Yes, you can overhear this conversation.
Okay, that's all.
He's not being very quiet about it.
I was just curious, because, like, this is probably the most interesting thing going on as I eat eggs.
Yeah, a human that just walks into the bar and walks up to two of your new friends and just stops them dead in their tracks and asks about a guy that they were talking with last night.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Yet again, another guy you've never met.
I just
Yeah, like,
want
what
to
the fuck is... My character's trying to catch
Paris
up.
is totally in the bar, just reading books for the last 4 hours. He's still reading books. He has no idea any of this is happening.
Just absolutely oblivious, high as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how he chills.
He got stoned, and it's still
That's
affecting him 24 hours later.
He's just humming the tune to himself. I fuck Cthulhu good.
Did you not see the picture I posted of the female Cthulhu?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
That-
did you post
of
a
course-
picture of female Cthulhu?
The one I posted was more of a cute picture. It wasn't actually perverted.
How dare you?
I like how now
It
he's
was like
interested.
it was like a really like a dummy thick Cthulhu woman going, "Oh, you guys have a little cult for me? Oh, that's so cute!" And it was just a cute little image.
I was looking for some I was looking for some cosmic horror. Turns out I'm a cosmic whore.
That's the tagline for Ferris, right there.
Was looking for some cosmic horror. Turns out he's a cosmic whore.
He is. He really is. He's gotten laid more times than anyone else in the story so far.
I don't know what you're talking about. Strom's fucking had sex out the ass.
Okay, well.
So's Theris, technically.
That's in the ass, not out the ass.
I mean, something
I
came
would
out
be
the ass.
terrified if it went reverse.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord.
Ferris needs to find like a tiefling chick and let her do things to his front side now.
Nah, she's gonna have a strap on.
Of course she would.
You started this.
Technically, I was not the only one involved. I was
There's
making
gonna
the
be like,
joke,
hey, wait
and
a
Dave
second.
said, "No,
Where was
we
that
can work
strap
with
on that I
this."
brought? And the thing's gonna be like, "Have you checked your butt?"
Oh my god.
Butthole.
Theris getting his nightly prostate exams.
Nightly.
There's a reason why he's so out of it. He keeps going back to the docks every night. He's not staying in there.
Keep
I'm not
returning
denying
to
that.
the shipwreck.
Just limping a little bit less each and each night.
He's slowly getting used to it.
By the time I'm done with this, I'll be able to take on anything.
Oh, good dragon! Just
Anything.
throw Theris at it.
I meant that metaphorically. I should have thought about
Now,
that.
Oh my
this is the
god.
part where instead of becoming a warlock paladin, he becomes a warlock bard.
Oh, you were just gonna say
I
a
thought
warlock.
about it.
No,
I thought
at that
this
point he
was
would just be a Horlock.
That's what I said.
Yes. He just
If
gains
it
the
wasn't for the
confidence.
if it wasn't for the fact that I really like the Vengeance Paladin ID, I probably would have been Bard. So you can blame Dave for that.
Yes.
Are you a vengeance paladin now?
Not yet, but it's.
Is your plan to avenge your asshole?
No, it's too. At some point,
Revenge his dead wife? Is that
Oh
what
my
you're doing?
God.
it's from my dead wife. Which I
It's
Oh
a
my
joke,
God.
but no, that it's actually about his dead wife.
Jacob, that one
dead
comment
wife.
sent a cascade of thoughts into my head. And it all starts with Fist of the North Star.
Of course.
This cock of mine glows with an awesome power!
That's amazing.
Oh my god, just divinely smiting whatever hole he can find. Jesus Christ.
Oh no, and he's doing it with pelvic thrusts.
Oh my god, no fucking A.
No, realistically, he wouldn't be a Vengeance Paladin, he'd be a Paladin with Throwing It Back.
Yes.
No, seriously, guys, come on. I want in the near future. I need to talk to Dave about it so he can make it happen. I want to actually have him meet the person who killed his wife, that drives him down the path of being a righteous, vengeance paladin.
Oh.
This is when it turns out it's really just him in a mirror.
Okay.
It's just who?
It's just him in a mirror.
God damn it! It's Bizarro Theris.
So,
Yeah.
Strom's gonna look down at Kurth and say, "What kind of problem do we have, Captain?"
Worf.
Worf. There's a problem with Worf.
Say what you want. Worf is one of the best fucking characters in all of Star Trek.
Until he
Worf
got hit on
lost
the
his
head with
honor
a
to Blue
tub.
barrel.
That's tell you right.
He lost his honor to a bit more than that, technically. But he's still one of the most badass characters in the whole series.
You may try
Especially
that
the-
at your earliest convenience.
Fucking Picard, man. That is how you say fuck around and find out with some goddamn class.
I mean, you're right.
I fucking love that bit. That's a good episode, too.
But anyway, Kurth gives Strom a little bit more of a thorough look over. And then he glances over at Risen. Risen turns to Strom and nods. And Kurth kind of gives you a almost bored expression to some extent, but you can definitely tell he is very frustrated right now. And he says the problem is I currently have another one of the high captains calling for a meeting because it appears that, and he kind of turns and looks at Risen, one of your friends has murdered people in this city and is a known associate of Jax and Ship Kurth. And this friend is currently sitting in a lockup in territory owned by Ship Souljack.
Strom looks back at Risen. You don't think it's...
Help me!
Help me!
You just hear that across the city. Just
Help me!
Must have been the wind.
Risen turns and looks at Strom almost at the same time and kind of has a surprised expression, and he's already shaking his head. It's like, I don't think it would be... And he looks back at Kurth and then back at Strom. What's the name of the prisoner? And Beniago crosses his arms and he says, Dracus Delavin.
Collective face bump.
Collective, we called it.
Nope, don't recognize him.
Dun dun dun. Monkey.
It took every ounce of my power not to go dun 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 when you first said it. Do you have any idea how upset
You should look in the fucking Dragon's meme board for what Bree posted.
No, what happened in the meme?
Oh, that's fucking amazing. Go, little monkey, go.
Where's the monkey?
Jesus.
Oh.
Meme horde.
I like the dramatic monkey.
The meme horde also has hold bananas. Quick, banana, release the kraken.
Don't you mean quick Kraken, release the banana? Agitated skeleton shriek.
I saw that the other day. I'm like, yes, I like this.
Dies from cringe.
I had to.
No, he's fucking her shoulder.
That's the red one's a woman and the blue one's the dude. They're elf twins. You can't.
I
fucking tell
don't
the
give a
difference.
shit.
I'm just saying for reference.
You got pegged by a Fuda. I don't trust any of these animations.
Oh my god. Help!
It's just the one that screams Dave, except instead of screaming Dave, it's screaming help.
This is Sean. I found it. Help me.
Strom sighs and exhales deeply.
Risen just kind of pinches the bridge of his nose and lowers his head, shaking it slightly, and just kind of grumbling under his breath.
But at this point, Theris has actually started listening, and he kind of has that look on his face that says, "You know, I was hoping I was wrong, but I mean, who else do we know is known for that? You know?"
I thought you said you were like caught up in your reading and you hadn't noticed anybody.
I also said I'd started paying attention by this point.
I didn't hear you.
About the time he says one of your friends who's currently in jail, Theris goes, "Okay, I'm listening."
Your ear just peeks up.
Yeah, it's just my little elven ears twitch. Oh, information that I should be listening to. Let's
Yo, elf.
Hello. The chainsaw.
But Beniago studies both Strom and Risen's expressions, and he just kind of scoffs. Well, you deal with that information how you will. I need to speak with Jax. So, if you'll excuse me. And he just pushes between the two of you, not even really caring, and walks up to where Serena's currently tending the bar, speaks a few words with her, and she makes a gesture towards the back, and then he disappears into the back of the tavern.
What is the people in the background? I don't like it.
I can't stop that.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. It's my grandma's friend.
No, I mean you can't like mute or something. It's a very solvable problem.
Not wrong, though. But yeah, so that's where you guys are stuck at now. You now know where Dracus is currently, well, verbally know where he's located at as far as geographically, not necessarily.
Can we go see him?
Is he allowed visitors?
Yes.
So here's a question. I don't know anything that you guys did because I am Ziggy. So I don't know that you guys collectively beat the fuck out of someone on the bridge and murdered him.
Right.
Okay. But Bimbap isn't even here. Okay, I can't say what I was gonna say then.
Damn.
Never mind.
Can we go visit him? Can he have visitors?
Well, see, this isn't like United States prison where you can have conjugal visits.
How do you know what that is? There it says in character. My character has a Cthulhu patron. That makes sense why I knew. Why do you know? He didn't say that part out loud. For obvious reasons.
But we could all sense it.
Everybody knows it's not a fucking. It's not.
Well,
it's not a
I
secret
mean,
in
I
the
suppose
world.
you guys could dress up Dracus, or not Dracus, but Theris as a girl and try to send him in there.
That man's gonna die.
I mean, I have
First off-
polymorph.
First off, I have disguised self. And I'm an elf. Elves are very androgynous. I could pull it off. Second off, the fuck. There are so many actual women here. Why are you pointing me out?
Okay, listen here. There might be actual.
Send the scary
There
one
might
with
be
the
so
stick.
many women here, but most of them are played by men. You are the only man playing a man that wants to be a woman.
In a Triton barbarian, nobody's gonna think she's sexy.
Bullshit.
Hey, you mean you'd
There's
be
at least-
surprised? This is a port
Hold up.
town. They might like the smell.
Death by snoo snoo. Death by snoo snoo. Death by snoo
Okay,
snoo.
so I'm gonna argue fair point on taking me, but he wouldn't know that.
I mean,
He's just an NPC who just met my character. He would know none of that. What the fuck?
I'd be more likely to fuck
He can
them
smell it.
instead of having them fuck me. So,
Fair enough.
see? So,
See,
Ferris,
the beauty of that is that some of them would think they could tame you, and then you just beat their ass. It'd be hilarious.
I nominate Paris to
Is this like plan happening like out loud in the bar?
I don't think so.
perhaps talk.
I mean, I
Is
think
this
this is like a half and half situation going on here.
Because I have made references to fourth wall shit, but I'm
Well,
also
I'm trying
like,
to decide if my
In universe,
character
explaining why it could
understands
work.
this.
Okay, I had to move into the other.
I mean, I think the
half arguing with you guys, half arguing with his god, the DM.
Okay.
Are you trying to make an argument that I'm Cthulhu?
Maybe you do technically give me power in the form of storytelling.
Jesus.
Oh my god, stop that. I don't like that sound. Stop.
That was Dave making mouth noises. What, Sean?
Oh, okay. I have a question because I was distracted by outward conversation, and so I checked in probably 5 minutes in. I'm still the bard, right?
Yes, you were still the bard.
Okay, upon hearing all this information, he just, comical facepalm, just goddamn it.
These are the people that are gonna be saving my brother. Oh, I'm
No.
fucked.
No. Just hearing that he's in prison, in jail, it's just like...
Oh, okay, you're just catching up to where. Okay, cool.
It's like, mother
Yeah, no,
fuck.
again, outward
We haven't done
conversation,
anything
I apologize.
incompetent. We've literally just been informed.
Not you!
We've
Not
just
you.
been informed
No,
and started-
I'm responding to Joey, not you.
Oh, fair.
Here's what happened. Hey, we know Dracus is in jail. Let's dress Theris up as a chick. Counter argument. Why? And that's how far we've gotten.
Well, if that's actually been said, I would chime in from the table. I have polymorph.
I have disguised self that I can cast at will.
Yeah, but I could make you into like an animal.
Cyril is now going to grin widely at Theris and just go,
I kind of get the
Not
feeling
bored boy,
that.
you're next.
Oh man.
When they're done with me, they're coming for you.
No. See, here's
Yeah, but
thing.
with the polymorph
You're-
spell, then you can have a bonus hole.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
I
You'll
think
have
I'll
two of
just
them.
stick with the disguise self.
Two bucks.
That's only going to last as long as your pants stay on.
It's true.
It's a really good spell as long as they don't touch me, and I'll be fine. If they touch me, I'm
Oh,
fucked.
I think that's kind of the
Wait,
point of
wait,
what you're going to be doing.
Yeah. Considering we're sending you there as a whore.
Yeah, but only to get information from Dracus.
Yeah,
and get
but
the
like
fuck
you have
out.
to go like a spy. You have to do it well. You have to actually fuck the person.
Oh
And-
God, no! Sorry, Dracus, I'm not no.
and you can't send. You
I can
can't
mind-
send
I can,
barbarian
like-
woman. 'Cause she'll just
I
break
can
the
erase
bar.
your brain.
Motherfucker, if you try to use mind magic on me, I will Eldritch Blast you out of this bar.
I
No,
doubt that would
Biden
work.
blast.
I will Biden blast you out of this bar.
Joey, I'm a melee
That's-
character. I'm just gonna blink to you and stab you.
Now, see, the Biden blast might work because it's the Biden blast. The Eldritch blast, though, will fail spectacularly.
Yeah, the Biden blast might hit me because I wouldn't be
To
expecting.
be fair, the
Eldritch
Biden blast has been far more successful than the Eldritch blast.
That's correct.
That is fair. He's actually
I
landed
do want
it.
to. I just want to say, since you've named it Biden Blast, I've actually got to use it a couple times. So sorry, you improved it.
Well, the first time you clicked on it, you fucking died when you looked at the screen. You're like, oh my god, I forgot you changed that.
Because yeah, it's been a fucking month since we played last.
Oh my god.
But yes, yeah, apologies, had to catch up, because again, outward conversation. Seeing as I have to keep muted, I can't always respond.
You're right, though.
So I walked in the other room with Kat.
Hmm.
Excuse me.
Okay, so
Let me turn the...
fourth wall and humor aside, what are you guys going to do?
Well, see, now the younger brother has to devise how the heck he's going to get his older brother out, which is pretty much what we're all doing, so he's just waiting for someone to, become the
Yay.
bait, because he sure as hell ain't doing it.
Well, apparently I'm going to be sneaking in as a woman so I can give you the plan.
I mean...
Thank
I mean,
you for
you
changing
could-
my picture, Dave.
Ah, yes, you're welcome.
I mean, you could also just, like, be his escort.
So I'm just gonna kind of do a told you so moment. I warned you guys that this would happen.
You didn't warn crap.
I
Shut up.
did. I tried to stop you guys from beating the shit out of.
Oh
the
yeah,
fucking-
actually he is right. He tried stopping you guys from doing this, but
And I fucking told you not to do it, and then you did it
Well,
anyway.
Like
Well,
fucking
see, here's the
crazy
problem.
though.
Here's the problem. You're arguing out of. You're not arguing out of character. I was arguing in character. Zero has no idea.
Cyril doesn't know, but now he does know
Yeah, that's-
because now he knows that Strom said that he tried to warn them. Because he just said that out loud to fucking Risen. I warned you guys this would happen.
and Risen
Oh.
kind of nodded.
I think Savannah also tried to stop it too.
Yeah, both of you were trying to actively stop it. I mean, she was trying to
Believe
actively
I
stop
egged them
Risen
on,
from
yeah?
murdering the guy in front of her, but
Yeah, you egged.
I was trying to get violence.
you
Okay,
wanted to
so
throw them in
let me
the
get
in the
second
fucking
word.
river
Some of us
afterwards.
tried to find.
But
Some of us tried to
straight
fuck around, and now we're finding
Straight
out.
up, if we would have thrown them in the river, we wouldn't have gotten caught because there would have been no body.
Nobody, no crime.
So is it too late to say that my character went back after everyone left and tossed him in the river? Probably.
If anyone, I would have done it. Or
Yeah,
I would have
that's
just,
true.
but I just didn't. Instead, I kicked the dude in the head, curb stomped him, and left because I was frustrated.
Which was the dude that Dracus was trying to punch into the Walmart parking lot.
Well, I just wanted to knock his ass out so we would leave him alone.
He was knocked out. I left him unconscious.
In an alleyway.
Yes, he was still unconscious and still very much breathing. So
With a bunch of onlookers watching you guys beat the shit out of people.
I
Right?
think some of them might have been placing bets.
I know I was.
You're putting a
think
lot
some
of
of it was
faith in
fake.
like sailors to give a shit about a fight.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
No, not you.
There's probably like
Oh,
one or
him.
two dudes
Fair.
that cared, but everyone else was placing bets.
Yes. Actually, no, none of them cared. They were all placing bets. One was selling popcorn.
Popcorn, get your
Well,
popcorn
just-
here.
Yeah, no, they were just watching this like suddenly explode out.
Bet you there
And
was
no,
a
and then
monetary
two-
reward
and two
for
of them
the
were casting
information
the
that
entire
people
event.
Talked up.
Two of them were casting the entire event. So, you know, it just kept evolving. You're welcome, Joey.
This week in the Faerun fight match, we got two morons on a dock. I wish I had more time to come up with a better name. That was really dumb.
No, thank you for serving me alcohol.
You're
I
welcome.
didn't expect a response, so I was just also.
Well, I saw an opportunity to make a callback to George Thorogood, so
Fair enough.
I would be seeing what was going on in the chat stuff, but again, my computer was almost done
Ordered some
calibrating, and then it
booze.
added. So.
I walked to the bar at like 8 or whatever time it is in the morning and got some drinks because I feel like it's going to be a long day.
oh
It
yeah, it's
probably
gonna be a
is. You're
long
probably
day.
right. Cyril's already straightening his clothes because he already knows he's in for a fucking rough ride. Again.
Wouldn't be the first time, probably won't be the last.
No. His brother's been in prison before.
Like I said, won't be the first time, probably won't be the last.
He's also been in prison before.
I mean, who hasn't been in prison here before? Me. of
Me.
course.
You.
Me.
No.
Yeah,
Even
most
Bim's
of us,
never
you
been
were
caught.
in jail.
Yeah, like that's the joke. Yes, thank you, all of you, for getting that.
No. Bree was in ocean jail. She got freed when she stepped on land.
Yeah.
Ocean jail.
Does that mean she can break her parole? She kicks somebody in the nuts. Somebody shows up.
Well,
take her back to the
well. Here's the
ocean.
thing. Apparently, Calmar moonlights as a goddamn lawyer. So yes.
For fish. A lawyer
That
for
would be
fish.
The greatest D&D
Yeah.
twist ever. We get dragged for an underwater adventure, but it turns out to be an adventure where we need a lawyer.
Yes, and we have and then we have to go appease her.
And this fucking barbarian just
I'm
becomes
sure
like
what
the
she
world's
wants to
greatest
do in
fucking
her off
lawyer.
time is be a lawyer.
I know, it's a joke. I'm not saying we should actually do that.
I mean, to be honest with you, you're basically shitting on She-Hulk's whole like gimmick. Like she
She-Hulk's
beats the
gimmick.
yeah. I mean, she's a lawyer by day and whoops ass by night.
Yeah. See.
You are barbarian by dying lawyers.
And
by
currently, Bree's going through an eternal night. It's just non-stop whoop ass.
Oh, that explains a
I
lot,
am the
actually.
night.
Oh no! See, that's why she left the ocean. She got tired of her duties and wanted to go kick some sweet ass.
Sure.
Let me laugh.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of spice at the end of it.
Well, anyway, as you guys are kind of like while you guys are roughly discussing what you're going to do, Risen puts a hand on Strom's shoulder, and he says, I think regardless of what we do, you're going to have to sit this one out.
Why?
And he looks across to Kalmar, and he says, and probably you too.
What? I object here.
I don't think we want to start a war in the middle of Luskan.
That would be bad.
Who's the first person he motioned to?
He put his hand on Strom's shoulder.
Oh, because he's a big old dragon man.
The Pots and Pans night.
Oh, we're doing a
Clank,
stealth
clank,
mission?
Clank,
Yes.
clank.
And apparently I'm not invited.
Yes, because Russian stealth isn't going to resolve it either.
I
No,
mean-
it's Russian stealth with the wet sloppy noises. Every time she moves, it's just SpongeBob Hugh noises.
That's just fucking hentai stealth.
Oh god,
Yes.
that's what Joey's trying to engage in here. This is why he
Yes, he
worships
is.
Cthulhu.
You.
All about that hentai
What's
stealth.
that weird writhing thing? Oh god.
God,
Right,
if,
it's just in his pants.
if I'm getting Helltie stealth, this is bullshit. I'm only getting +3 to stealth.
That's horrifying. Helltie.
I just don't. My character's just not trained in stealth.
No, I'm kind of picturing that Theris is kind of in like a Pokemon style hentai stealth scenario where it's like gotta fuck them all.
Gotta fuck 'em all, Pokemon. No, that's weird.
I don't
Fuck
know.
all of them
Just play
anyways.
Smash or Pass. Do it.
Just be like Markiplier.
We
Smash.
absolutely all
Smash.
played
Smash.
fucking Smash or Pass Pokemon, and it was so bad. We just told Onage to stop saying yes. Only speak up if you're saying no, because you've said yes to all of them so far. He said no to like 6.
My favorite one with Mark was when he was like, smash, 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 smash.
My favorites are the long
Smash?
pauses. It zooms in on his face. Smash.
Yeah, and he's like, smash.
Fucking Smash or Pass is weird, and so are all my friends.
Hey, Batman, guess what I got here? I got a little punny, Batman. No, Joker, don't do it.
Batman. You don't have any laws, Batman.
There's no laws against Pokemon.
There's laws against fucking Pokemon, Batman.
No, Joker, don't do it. Don't do it.
I fucking love that video. It's so fucking dumb.
Oh, God.
It's fucking so dumb. I love it though.
Both are dumb.
No, I never use guns.
Mr. Wayne, those are missiles.
You just called it a gun. No, I never use guns.
I'm Batman. I don't use guns.
Then what you do is you just push this button and you scream, I'm Batman.
Motherfucking Dark Knight.
Strom just nods his head at Risen.
Oh, God, we're back to League again.
Mhm.
Oh no.
It's spreading.
Oh no.
Now I guess Risen's attack pattern consists of 3 attacks with a flip at the end.
It needs to go. Yeah.
Oh. Dang it, Jay.
Strom nods at him and says he's gonna go and find One-Eyed Jax, and he's gonna try to take the political approach.
And he pats Strom on the shoulder. Says, well, I hope that you're more successful than we are. And Risen walks out of the room, back towards the rooms, leaving you guys to finish your discussion, as he obviously has some kind of a plan in mind.
No matter what, I was gonna be arrested anyway.
God damn it. Okay,
Well, if they would have
so
tried to arrest
what?
the Bimbap, he would have just stabbed the motherfucker and ran.
But Bimbap becomes
I
a
keep
wanted man.
I
They
keep
would have. What are they gonna do? Go for the bugbear? Oh yeah! Wow.
Wow, that's not racist or anything. Just accuse the bugbear of murder.
I swear to God, the next time I get to town somewhere, my character's gonna be looking at wanted posters to make sure he's not wanted there.
I'm
Are you
pretty
wanted?
sure.
Not here.
Not here.
just finds a picture of like a poorly drawn elf and it says answers to Rope Bunny.
Missing pet.
Jeez.
Missing pet. Oh my God.
Missing pet.
Oh my
Answers
God.
to Rope Bunny.
You have no idea what you have just done. You have no idea.
I think he perfectly knows what he just did.
No.
Oh, is Joey's name about to become Missing Pet?
We broke him.
Dying. Holy shit.
Yes.
Yeah, you definitely broke him.
Oh, now it's Cosmic. Okay.
Oh my God.
Well, I
I
didn't
came out
know
of left field so hard.
I just say things when I think of them. That one was
Oh my
good.
God, that one was good.
Okay, I've
I'm
changed my name.
Cosmic Core now.
Yeah.
I've changed my name. Yeah. I'm gonna go to jail.
I'm gonna go to jail.
Oh God, I can't breathe. Please let me breathe.
Quick, someone
No,
finish
not
him off.
Do the fucking. Yeah, that.
God of you.
Jesus.
But you love us.
I fucking hate you right now. I'm fucking dying.
That's the
There.
point.
Okay.
Oh
I
my
fixed it
God,
again.
no, I'm not. That's weird.
Yeah, you are.
It's weird, man.
No, it's not. It's perfectly
fucking
fine.
weird, man. Nobody wants to hear that.
Hell.
That was the sound of his cock.
No, that was the sound of me pouring a root beer with really bad timing.
I'm going to
I
commit
thought
a
about the
crime.
fact-
I'm going to bust nut.
I only thought about the fact that I was pouring liquid into my cup right next to my microphone as I said that after I started pouring. I am busting
yes.
it.
Be gone, fuck!
That'll be what he says instead of Dave's fault.
Bong.
Praise him.
All men are kings. If he breathes, he's a simp.
You would.
I love both of those memes. I don't care.
Oh no!
Oh my fucking god!
What broke him now?
Holy!
Oh my god.
I gotta fucking post this.
Oh no!
Holy shit!
This is bad for us, guys.
Nope.
Ignore that. I was trying to collapse
Oh,
it.
Sanic the Warcheg.
That's very fitting considering I accidentally posted haste.
Trying to figure out what phone I just taken.
I added a new one to my D&D
Yeah,
server.
no.
It's the Final Fantasy 14. It's the Final Fantasy 10 victory music. It's so I can play it at the end of every battle. The campaign I'm doing is one big crossover, essentially. The two main characters are a Bionicle character and a Zora from Legend of Zelda. It's weird shit.
Oh my god.
What was
Where'd you
shared?
post it?
It's in the
Just-
meme supreme.
Just fucking keep on fucking reading as I post.
I've already read that. Yeah, I read that already. Or is it in like the not safe for work? Oh no, that's just
Oh.
tentacle shit.
Whoops, I posted that into the wrong order, but whatever.
God damn.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I think these all started getting posted out of order.
It very slowly and out of yeah. Okay, I see.
What the
Oh my god!
Read the story.
What in the fuck? That is not where I expected this to go.
Neither did I.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude. You get the Chihuahua gift for that one.
I think my owl also is up.
fucking
For
got
the,
one thing you posted.
Oh my god.
I can hear
That was
that.
on
have to
fucking
post that.
TikTok.
Oh my god.
I'm just
Fucking
yep.
terrible.
That is enough internet for today.
Well then, someone's in prison, right?
Right?
That's bullshit. That is not the end of that.
That is 100% the end of that because that was the comic.
For now.
Oh my god.
Are you
God.
saying there's a sequel to that comic?
Drag Queen Story Hour?
Probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
Oh my god.
Fucking terrible.
Holy shit.
Oh, all of us are terrible
Who's
for
gonna pay
laughing
for the
at it.
kid?
Oh my god.
Anyways, Strom walked off to find Jax.
Also, for context, I didn't laugh. I was dead fucking silent.
But then you're not included in that list.
So anyway, so Strom probably followed the same path as Beniago. Talked with Serena first, got the directions, and followed afterwards. So, Mr. Politician over here. Considering that Sean is currently muted, we'll make a safe assumption that Cyril is currently stroking his goatee, formulating a plan in the back of his mind, hopefully involving as much fucking as possible.
I swear to God, you were gonna say stroking his ego.
No, he can't do that in the open.
Oh, is that what he calls it now?
Yeah.
Wow. No,
Well, actually, I think the last time he told me he calls it Noxus because Noxus will rise.
Right.
I almost got root beer out my nose.
Nice.
I wasn't expecting a Noxus Shell Rice joke today.
I don't know, we've been fucking full of League jokes lately.
I noticed. I think you guys are going through League of Legends withdrawal.
No. I am absolutely not going through withdrawals. If anything, I'm healing.
Well, I'm going through withdrawal. That's a joke. I think I'd rather play 14 with everybody instead.
Dave's going through.
I'm more likely to play League.
Which is fair. I'll play League too. Believe me, I like League. With you guys.
Despite after last night's Dawn of War adventures, I am still down for Dawn of War after this.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
sure.
I'll try to play and lag out horribly.
So what's everyone else doing?
That is an excellent question. What are the rest of you doing?
I'm getting fucking shit-faced.
Is that you as Bibimbap or as Ziggy?
Bibimbap left.
Okay, so it's just Ziggy. Just wanted to be
Quite
sure.
literally, I stole all the wallets, did that shit, and left. I'm contemplating making that his character exit.
Honestly, that would be the best exit ever.
That's what I'm thinking of doing. It's just you never see him again.
That's fucked. I knew that's how he was gonna leave me by taking my wallet. I knew it.
It's like, damn, my last
So
condom was in there.
It's why I kept the fake wallet that he could steal. I had the real wallet. in my folder.
No, your real one's the prison wallet.
No.
Let him pick your pocket.
No, I got it. I was gonna make a joke, but I can't top that one, so I'm not going to now.
I could probably help with. So, is somebody sneaking into the prison? What the fuck is the plan?
Well, are you saying this in character or just asking in general?
I'm saying this in character.
Okay. Cyril stops and turns to Ziggy and he says, "Well, my good man, I do believe we're going to have to sneak in and break him out."
If some of us
Decent
are
at
trying,
stuff like that, I'm down. Fuck the
if some
government.
if some of us are going in to try and do it the
And then I
more,
take both my shots.
the more correct, what's the word I'm looking for? The political way. Shouldn't we wait for them to do that first?
Oh hell
Imagine
no!
what's gonna
Always
look
go.
like if they. Well, yeah, but imagine what's going to be like if they go, yeah, you can let him go. They come in to get him, and we're there breaking him out already.
Then I will cast sleep
Sleep.
on Dracus.
You know, or even worse, they go
He
into
was
free him,
trying
but
to
he's not
escape.
even there anymore.
I don't know.
I know that's just my 2-bit thoughts. Like we delay
I'll put-
until we get a word in on the other side
I
of the
can
coin.
sleep on Theris.
I can.
I don't know if you have enough hit dice to actually put him to sleep, but you can make the attempt. He does get advantage on the save.
Yeah, actually, sleep effects don't work on me.
Oh yeah, you're an elf. Never mind.
I'm
I would
immune
know
to
that.
sleep effects.
No, actually, elves are not immune to sleep effects. as far as I understand, they have they get advantage on
Project.
whatever the hell it is.
Give me a quick second.
It's a governance.
Well,
But
I
basically,
don't wanna
yes,
waste
a
it.
sleep effect falls under this. But anyway, in response to Zachary appearing,
Yes.
but no, in response to the thoughts on politics, Cyril kind of gives you guys a grin, and he just says, "You guys know nothing about Luskin, do you? Nothing gets done quickly."
That's what I'm saying. Don't fucking clump me in with that.
Okay, so according to the Fey ancestry, we have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep.
Oh, okay, so magic can't put you to sleep.
Because elves don't sleep. They do that trans thing.
Good
Right.
to know. I'll just put a bomb in your ass.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Put you to sleep.
It'll be
permanently.
pretty easy to get in too. Yeah, he'll put you in the
All
forever.
I need to do is put like an explosive condom on that one lady.
Two birds with one stone.
Explosive tip.
Mhm.
Damn, this is.
When
fucked
they
up.
nut, that's when the explosion happens. It triggers.
Yeah, it's a hollow point round.
They're gonna be so confused.
Yeah, hollow point rounds.
One's cock's gonna be gone, and Joe's
No,
stomach will
it
be
explodes
fucking
outwards
rearranged.
exclusively. It's a magic bomb.
Alchemist
It's a
fire,
They're just gonna think that their cock.
medieval
is like, oh
Taco
my God.
Bell.
What? No.
Yeah,
God.
alchemist fire in the beehole.
Oh, so it's like a
Right.
claymore.
Yeah, it's like a
No.
claim. Basically,
Oh, shape
what I'm
charge.
picturing is they nut and Joey explodes.
Yeah, so it's like a claymore. So it only hits Joey.
Ah, yes, it was a mind-blowing experience.
Yeah, traumatized forever. They never want to like fuck anyone again because they're scared of that one time they blew a dude up.
It's like, damn, I knew I was backed up, but I didn't think I'd blow his head off.
Yeah.
It's just what happens when Superman decides.
I didn't mean to blow your mind
That shit happens to me.
all the time.
I fucking love that movie.
All are idiots. And Bruce just over here like, you see what I have to deal with every day?
Yes. I do not need a microphone.
My voice is fucking powerful.
Powerful. Amazing.
It's crazy. I only watched that movie like maybe twice, but all the fucking songs are so damn fucking catchy.
Honestly, I love the last one, the one at the end with the devil.
Oh yeah.
I am complete. Fuck. Yes, you are fucked. Shit out of luck. I am complete now. My cock you will suck.
That's such a good
Okay,
fucking
Dave.
song. They're all good.
Have you never seen that?
I have.
Oh
Just
my
saying, calm
god.
down.
No, I will not calm down. That is an amazing song.
I mean, you're right, but calm down.
Anyway, considering that Risen has departed without much more of a word, I'm assuming Sylvana's probably going to go after him and find out what he's up to.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's she been
So-
doing this whole time?
Sitting here listening to this nonsense.
Yes. Correct.
Considering I
Absolutely.
came late, so
I came later.
See?
Not
Let
a
it go.
competition.
First princess, but I always come last.
Ferris came first.
You're supposed to
Indeed.
come last.
Right.
Yes, correct. That's the point.
That is the truth behind ladies first.
Yes.
though I just find it funny that no one mentioned Sylvana. Fuck. Trying to charm anyone.
I mean, she was
I just
trying
find it
to
funny.
peacefully resolve it.
Yep.
That was the reference, though, is that both you and Strom were trying to peacefully resolve the situation.
No, I meant before.
Are you talking about the sex thing?
Yeah.
I just assumed you wouldn't do the cleric wouldn't be a whore, but you know, you could be like a slutty Catholic schoolgirl.
That's just fuck.
Listen here, there's only
It
one
wouldn't,
slutty Catholic schoolgirl in here, and that's my wife. Ugh.
Well, if she's a schoolgirl, you're going to jail.
Listen
she's
here,
really
she was a
dumb.
schoolgirl when she was in college, so
Yes.
No, that's higher academia.
It's
That's
still
still
technically
school.
schoolgirl.
Is it a school though?
Yeah.
Yes.
If
Yes,
it
it
wasn't, then it wouldn't be.
it was
academia,
an
would it?
ancient and prestigious institution.
And you went to public.
Canada.
I was gonna say your dick.
A
No,
brothel.
I know. I went to public school.
It shows.
Oh shit! I want to just
We're
net
the
drop.
same fucking school. Don't you fuck with me.
I know.
That was not
You guys went to the same school?
Yeah. Me, Sean, Zach, and a few others all actually went to the same high school. And
Oh.
same school before that.
It's so weird.
What?
I know we're the odd ones out.
You guys didn't go to high school?
No,
No, she
I
skipped
walked
straight
into
to
the middle
lawyer.
of a fucking cornfield where they had a building, and they
Yes.
called it school.
Oh.
There's like a total of 1,000 people from 12th grade down to 6th grade.
That must suck.
Yeah, it did suck. The only thing that anybody in that area knew was football, and then maybe a little bit of basketball.
We had a
Working
really
for-
nice like eatery like just down the road from the high school.
We had a gas station, and then we got a second one.
Well, it was a converted gas station. It was
Ooh.
fancy.
Brookings was. It was a reason. It was a very small town. I think Brookings had 10,000 people in it. They only had one school district. It was supposed to be 2 towns technically, but it was one school
6,000.
district. In Brookings.
Yes, it's on the dang sign.
Yeah, they actually cut it in half 3 years ago.
Oh damn!
It's
All those
now
winters- all those
Harbor,
winter
Oregon.
Suicides.
Yeah, I think Forston is like 4,000 or 5,000 people, but I
Wow.
think the Forestville Valley School District, like, okay, this school district, because there are not enough kids in any one of these fucking towns, there's like 6 towns that go to one place, and all of them are within about 10 miles of each other. And I think that total population was 2,000, 3,000 maybe.
Boylan Catholic High School.
Catholic high school is not a real school.
Yeah, it is. It was a college prep school, too.
That sounds extremely boring.
Did they still beat you when you were there?
No. No, they did
My
not.
grandpa went to Catholic school and they beat the fuck out of him.
I'm back. You can continue.
No, but in when I was in 6th grade, the social studies teacher for the 7th grade class was known for smacking the back of your hands with a yardstick. If you weren't paying attention or you were sleeping in class, he would smack you on the hand.
Mm.
His name is Mr. Dillaboo. We always refer to him as Mr. Dillawacker.
Dilla Whacker, huh?
Yep.
Like he's
Well, it's the same thing with our high school principal. His name was Mr. Hansen. We called him Mr. Handjob.
Damn, we didn't have funny nicknames for our principals. We just called them.
Oh, I called my principal that to his face one day when he called me in. He's like, "Excuse me?" I said, "You heard what I said." It's like, you realize you're going to get detention. It's like, I got detention for a bullshit reason. I'm giving you an actual reason to give me detention now. Are we done here? Thank you. I'd like to go back to class and learn something instead of stare at you.
My God, my fucking school was so fucking dumb. They got mad at me for having a chain on my wallet. Oh, gangs wear chains. Yeah, so do people who want to keep their wallets safe.
Gangs
especially
also
some-
wear clothes.
Yeah.
I was like, what? The gangs start being nice to each other?
Hitler drank milk too.
Fuck what gangs
he was
do.
actually vegan.
I'll be right back. I think my car.
Told you vegans were evil.
Hitler never drank milk.
Oh, sorry. Hitler drank water too.
Yeah.
No, it was
But
always,
everyone drinks
that's actually
water.
what I said to them. Is like, so what? Gangs start being nice to each other. We're gonna stop doing that too. I've already lost one wallet because you fuckers didn't do anything. I'm making sure it doesn't get taken a second time. They tried to make me do it. My dad came in and basically said the same thing I said, but far more coherently.
It is an anti-theft device.
Basically.
So is a gun.
Can't bring those to school, though.
Yes, you can.
Well,
Okay,
it depends on where you're at.
Let's put it this way: you're not supposed to have knives at school, but for a good while there in middle school, I kept the fucking Leatherman in my backpack just in case. I never had to use it, thank God, but it was in my bag.
Yeah, speaking of knives, my senior year, we got into a little mini quiet game amongst most of my homeroom, because we had a homeroom with the band teacher for jazz band. We had very carefully borrowed, I say borrowed loosely, red dry erase markers from some of the teachers, and we would hide them in our sleeves during the wintertime because it was way easier to do it that way. But the goal was to sneak up behind someone and slash them across the throat with the red marker, effectively assassinating them.
Oh.
Yeah, some dumbass forgot to wash his fucking neck off before he went to football practice, and the football head coach had an absolute fucking cow about this. So, of course, all of us took turns, going into the principal's office, because, of course, when confronted by the football head coach, he caved like a fucking house of cards. So, yeah, yet again, ended up sitting in the principal's office over there. Is everything okay at home? It's like, yes, it's a game. Can you settle down?
We're kids.
So, right, we're kids.
Assassin's Creed
We're
is
playing
popular.
a complicated game of fucking tag. I'm sorry you can't wrap your head around that.
You're playing
That
a very,
reminds me of
very
something.
violent version of tag, but I'm feeling it.
The extent of the violence was putting your hand over someone's forehead to pull their head back, and that was about it.
Like, as long as you weren't a moron, you weren't fucking jabbing the marker into their necks. You were just
No, you're not
getting
stabbing them in the
across
neck. The idea is to just mark them across the throat. That's
The
it.
idea is to
It's a
shoot
sign
them
of
in the throat.
defeat.
You guys are just playing the Assassin's Creed multiplayer. That's all you're
Exactly. That's all we were doing. We were playing Assassin's Creed multiplayer before it was cool.
doing. It was never
That actually
cool.
sounds really fun.
It does.
It was fun until we got in trouble for it.
Bunch of
And then I had to find a new game, and that consisted of me borrowing a empty bottle of valve oil, pulling the straw out of it, filling it with water, and spraying people in the fucking crotch with it. I have one dude, he stopped in the middle of the hallway and bent over to tie his shoe during the end of the day. So, there's a fucking horde of people trying to get to their fucking lockers, and this asshole stops in front of me. So I pull that out of my pocket, and I just start spraying him directly in the seat of his pants. But I didn't expect him to, crouch down. So, of course, his shirt pulls up and he gets the water along his back. So that makes him stand up and turn around and look at me. And he's like, oh, what the fuck you think you're doing, huh? What do you think you're doing? And I'm just sitting there still holding the fucking bottle, spraying him right in the crotch, looking him dead in the eyes. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not doing anything. And he looks down and he sees the little stream of water hitting him in the crotch.
Fucking roll the deception check.
Okay.
Roll the
You and I would not have been friends in high school.
No, we would not have been friends in high school. I may have actually tried to steal your notebooks.
Oh.
And may or may not have drawn a dick on every page before I gave it back.
Ew.
I was just drunk in high school, for the most part.
I had friends, but I was by that point I was mostly these.
We were so overt about alcohol consumption during school hours because we were allowed to carry water bottles with us. So it was a massive joke to take a permanent marker and write vodka on the plastic bottle.
Mm.
And you never could tell. You honestly could never tell if somebody actually had vodka in there or if it was actually water.
Until they opened it.
That's how I got vodka into a concert once. I just had a water bottle. I'm like, is that vodka? I'm like, no, it's just water. They're like, okay.
You gotta prove it. Guzzle it.
I did, actually. They had me take a sip. But they also let me keep it.
Amazing. So anyway, story time aside. So Cyril takes his time kind of rounding the rest of you up. So Ziggy, Theris, Kalmar, and kind of explaining the general idea of what is going to go on. That basically, he doesn't really know what Ziggy does, so he starts with asking him how he thinks he can assist in what they're trying to accomplish. After laying out the general idea of the plan, that basically, wherever it is that Dracus is currently being held, the main idea is that Cyril is going to play for the distraction, and Risen is going to be the one to hopefully sneak down into these cells and get him out, and hopefully undetected.
I teleport into a different room. That's my response.
Cyril kind of looks at you and he's like, but how would you know where to teleport to?
That
if
wasn't
you don't
the
know
answer,
where the room
you
is.
dolt. I'm a wizard. Use your brain.
Cyril's not exactly bright.
That's why I called him adult. This is in character.
What's Cyril's intelligence?
What is Cyril's intelligence? I actually don't know. Probably a 0.
I hope it's high. I hope it's lower than mine, so I can point and laugh.
Oh god.
No, I'm not.
Actually, I have to find
my
him in this
character isn't
organization.
normally this, like, shall we say, aggressive, but I did literally start the day with 4 shots and a beer.
That is true. Oh, actually, I take that back. Cyril's intelligence is a... Why is it a 19? What does he have?
God damn it.
The blink was literally just to advertise that I have magic. That was the point.
No magic wizard.
Yeah. I'm not gonna leave my repertoire.
Are you an illusionist gnome wizard?
No, I'm a blade singer.
Damn.
But I do have a variety of utility spells.
I was just hoping that I finally was in a campaign that had an illusionist gnome wizard, because that's like the stereotype. I got close. I have an illusionist human wizard.
You know,
That's about as close as I am.
Yeah. Just all by one thing. You're still closer than I was technically.
Oh, I think it's because of stuff from his subclass is why it's buffed up. But
Okay.
his baseline intelligence is a 12.
So he's just as smart as my character is. What's his wisdom?
Why are you gonna
14.
pry into this?
Why
Wait,
is
how-
Theris is dumb.
What's your intelligence?
Mine's 12.
Ah,
Both my intelligence and wisdom is 12.
I mean, I did forewarn you at the time that you rolled the stats for your character that, you know, you were perfectly willing to accept what you had rolled, when in fact you actually rolled lower than what the standard array would have offered you.
I still stand by that. I just
Okay.
legitimately didn't expect him to have so many jacked stats. I figured he'd have charisma and everything else would be okay. No, he has the jack stats, and I'm sitting over here going, "Oh, I'm just a worse you."
I mean, his charisma's maxed out. He doesn't have shit for strength. He's got a pretty good dexterity, pretty good intelligence, jack shit for constitution, and pretty decent wisdom.
I have a decent dex and con, so I got that going for me. Everything.
Yeah.
I don't have any negative modifiers. Everything. I don't even have a 0 modifier. Everything's 1 or up.
Well, anyway, after Ziggy's
I
sassy
smiled
quip,
when I said that, by the way. I was smiling the entire time. You can
Yeah.
interpret it as mean or nice, but I was smiling.
well, we'll just call it sassy. How about that?
Fair enough.
So
But I
after
do think he's
the
adult.
after the sassy quip, Cyril matches your grin and goes back to explaining, kind of incorporating what Ziggy could potentially be doing.
I also have like baseline illusion cantrips and shit like that, so because I'm a gnome.
Right. Well, with that being the case, and taking into account the teleportation, Cyril suggests that Ziggy cast greater invisibility on himself, so that way he can sneak alongside with Risen. And once they get down to the cells where Dracus is at, and break him free, hopefully find his equipment,
I think I have
bring that
spell.
along with. I believe you do.
I'm looking through my list.
If not,
what level spell is it?
I do believe that is a 3rd or 4th level spell.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Let's see, invisibility. Greater invisibility is a 4th level illusion.
I think I have normal invisibility, but I don't think I have greater.
Baseline invisibility is a 2nd level.
Well, worst case the scenario, I can just leave and I'm not associated with you guys.
Well, actually, standard invisibility would be a better option because greater invisibility has concentration up to a minute. Baseline invisibility has concentration up to an hour. But of course, the catch for baseline invisibility is as soon as you engage with somebody in combat, then the spell effect ends.
I don't think I
Or
have
if you cast
baseline
another
invisibility either.
I
I wasn't thinking of sneaking. No, not as a racial. I get minor illusion as a racial. I'm a forest gnome.
Give him a mustache. Or charisma
Well,
your way
I am
through
very small.
Okay, let me check my spells.
But I wasn't thinking of it as a sneaking way. Like, we're going into what? Like, how are we... Are we walking in the front door, or are we going in, like, the sewer? Like, how are we getting there?
Well, that all determines, or is all going to be dependent upon what the structure is and what the access points to the structure are.
So we don't know.
We're going to have to find out exactly what the building is.
Might want to do that first.
Okay, so we know that it's Ship Suljak, and it's a building that is in their controlled space. So Cyril reaches into his pack and pulls out a piece of parchment and some charcoal and starts kind of doing a rough sketch of the town. Now, if you guys would be so kind as to zoom in on the Luskan map.
1 second, I'm minimizing my spells.
That's
So
all right.
much
I have to
better.
do this on 2 separate screens so I can control shit.
While you're doing that, I have not only do I have the invisibility spell, the base one, but if I cast it because of my warlock status, I can get 4 people invisible with it.
Okay.
In case it needs to be done.
Well, if that's the case, then that could be accomplished very easily by Theris then casting it because of the upcasting. So then you could hit Risen and Ziggy with it.
I mean, if you don't want... I don't need to come along. I was just trying to do something.
Well, his plan is basically to have you use your teleportation spell to pull everyone out.
Okay.
Because one of your teleportation locations is here in Luskan.
Yeah.
So it would pull you back. Essentially, when you teleport out, you would reappear at this location where the...
Isn't that where the temple is?
Yes, the temple. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for. But anyway, so... Now I actually have to refresh myself on this fucking map.
Wait, where the fuck are we looking? My map's all fucked up.
You gotta
I'm
zoom
pinging.
in and find.
We're in roughly this area. I don't know what we're looking at specifically. I know that my TP lens up here or something.
Okay, so where that pin is currently located at, that is referred to as Suljak's Lounge. And as Cyril points at the location, explaining to you everything else that's on here, of course, you know, the bridge goes over Blood Island, across from the host tower, leading you to the market, along the lines of the ruins of Ilusk. And Souljack's Lounge is effectively the headquarters for Ship Souljack. If they're going to be holding him anywhere, it is probably going to be there.
I'm sorry, holding him where exactly? I missed the last part.
If you're zoomed in on the Luskan map,
I see your pin.
yeah, that's right where it's at. It's called Souljack's Lounge.
Okay, so I was looking at the right spot. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I missed something. I guess I didn't. Well, I mean, looking at the map, is that like, is everything above that, or is that like on the, like, is it surrounded by walls?
Each of these right here are hard points for walls. Everything between here and here would be wide open.
So like everything in here is we're good. So just walk in.
Yeah, 'cause that's basically going to be like a main vein leading you to the south gate.
Now, is this? I think it'll be easier to do this with a ruler, actually. The ruler line, perfect. Is this right here like swamp or just water or just grass?
Grass.
Okay, so like it just looks different than that.
Yeah.
I'm just if I'm overthinking it, I'm overthinking it. I was just like, that kind of looks like some wet shit. I don't know if that's wet shit.
I mean, as far as I remember from the descriptions of these structures and whatnot, pretty much anything that is green, so like over here, Ruins of Ilisk, this section here, around Kurt's Tower, Host Tower of the Arcane, Sea Tower, each one of these islands, and of course what's going on here at Blood Island, all of that is going to be grassland for the most part. In other words, it's not been tilled or used for, you know, like all of the rest of this shit here. Like there's so much foot traffic that it is just, you know,
Mud
either
shit.
dirt or stone.
So are you just saying that this is just tread on grass?
Yeah, it's just tread on grass.
Okay. I was overthinking it then. It just looked different, so I was like,
Okay, so anyway, now that everybody is aware of that location, I'm going to move that pin back for Host Tower so you guys can refer back to that. But yeah, basically you guys will be starting here, needing to potentially get here. But of course, that's going to be the assumption at this point. You guys will have opportunities to potentially try and confirm this, because obviously if Dracus was arrested, somebody heard or saw this. So it might be worth your time to do some investigating around the market, ask some questions, see if anybody saw anything, because that would have been right along the route that Dracus was taking from One-Eyed Jack's yesterday. Because all of you crossed the bridge, and right here at the corner of the market, that's where Strom and everybody else split off, and Kalmar ended up going this way to take this bridge to get to the north gate to go up here and slaughter goblins, so she had lunch.
Yes.
So, I'm thinking, right? The only two people here who weren't part of the murder, more or less, other than I guess Sylvana, although I don't know if Sylvana fought or just stood there.
She stood there.
Did Strom just also just stand there?
That tried to get everybody to stop.
Yeah, he was actively wrestling with Sankara, trying to get her to stop.
Okay, so we have 4 people who could potentially walk in there and question that, and they won't go, well, you might have been part of that. Because we have Cyril, Sylvana, Strom, and me. Everyone else, like, beat the fuck out of somebody, so they could potentially get also arrested.
Well, the two people that definitely would not be able to be tied to this in any way, shape, or form, whether by visual recognition or word of mouth, would be Cyril and Ziggy.
Yeah, because we literally weren't there.
Yeah.
I was trying to include other people, but like the only other 2 would be them, and they could still potentially be included in it. Because, like, depending on how the laws work, you were there, you watched it, you didn't stop it, technically.
Right. since Luskan is a well-known city, the concept of the way that the law works here, fortunately, it is far more civilized than it was before. What they used to have was what was referred to as prisoners' carnival, which basically, if you were arrested, then you were taken to this quote-unquote carnival, and it was a circus kind of kangaroo court situation, and your punishment would be either some form of torture or execution. So this was one of the worst cities to be arrested in. And as far as who actually held the gavel, it was pretty much whoever was influencing the city the most at the time.
Oh.
So currently, Kurth holds the most influence over the city. So consequently, there would be a little bit of a benefit there. But as far as what Prisoners' Carnival was, that no longer exists. That was abolished over 100 years ago. So given Ziggy's advanced age, he would probably know that while things are a little more civilized here, it's technically considered a free port. So along with that, they may not adhere to Waterdavian laws and trials in the same way that, like, say, Neverwinter might, or Baldur's Gate. And more than likely, it's going to be guilt by association first.
That was what I was worried about. Because they just see you like you were with the people who beat the fuck out of everybody. So I mean, I guess Cyril and I could fuck off and go try to learn some shit while other people plan.
People?
What's that?
What? Can I intimidate people for information?
I don't know if intimidating people for information would be the correct course of action.
God damn it.
You probably can, though.
Probably can, but the DM said, try it, motherfucker.
Yeah, but you are a free sentient being.
I understand that, but...
That
you could cutely intimidate people.
Cutely intimidate people, okay.
Yeah, that's like...
That would just be a charm check.
That is charming, but with anger.
I mean, if the DM would allow it, but I highly doubt it.
What, intimidate them with your tatas?
Yes. Could I try it?
Strip intimidation?
Strip intimidation.
Well, you said I can't threaten people, so I have other assets.
Assets.
That
would be persuasion, not intimidation.
Alright, let's try it.
Would you like me to, like, polymorph you to look like something else?
No idea.
I don't know what people are attracted to. This seems like a predominantly human port.
So you could be anything. Humans can be attracted to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they could
They are
want fish.
attracted to anything.
This is
And if
true.
you don't believe me, I give you all the
There's a lot of
halves
human
walking
and drow
around.
here. And dwarves.
Human, drow, dwarves, that's vast majority of the population. There are quite a few half-elves as well.
Oh, okay. Do they like her species?
Well, as a Triton, she's kind of basically more of like a blue elf, quote-unquote, even if she isn't of elven heritage.
Yeah, they're probably fine with it then.
I'm pretty sure the sea elves aren't.
Nobody likes them. You can't see them.
Well, the Tritons are more of a primordial race that came from the plane of water. So they're actually not part of the same lineage as elves that exist here, even though they are similar to a certain extent.
I see. They came from the age of the deep. Got it.
Does my 15 of the wiggling of the tatas do anything?
That's an 18.
Who are you
missed.
wiggling at?
Or, sorry, 18. Someone. I don't know.
We're still in the bar.
I can already see how this is going now.
Well, I think Kalmar probably was frustrated by this plan, and she's probably like, you know what, I can't do anything here to contribute to this plan other than go gather information, so...
Correct.
Okay,
Because I'm not
so
allowed.
I'm assuming you went to the market based on the conversation that was taking place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to the market and you're loosening your top, wiggling your tatas, and shaking your ass at anybody that is willing to give you information using persuasion. Okay. So with your 18 and the distracting of gentlemen there in the market, you know what? I'm just going to add a little bit of flavor to this situation. That it's like, I'm looking for my friend. He came through here and I miss him. Have you seen him? The last place he was here at the market, but he never came home.
Oh, fuck. I'm not saying it.
No.
What the fuck just happened?
Now, let's be honest here. Kalmar is definitely not an uwu. She's more of an ara.
No. She's not either. She's just a... tries to do any of them and just immediately starts puking.
Ara.
Oh my god. Alright, does the shaking of the tatas in my uwu voice gather anything?
Your best uwu voice.
My best uwu voice.
What if we sang this song but with a lolly voice? Okay. So you are able to find a few people that can collaborate a similar story that essentially further down Reaver's Run, roughly around Tearl's Fortress, they were actually able to see what was going on here, and several people were kind of gathering and watching what was taking place. But a very large man was confronted by half a dozen guards that were wearing Ship Suljak colors, and of course, they couldn't hear the conversation that was going on, but another person then stepped up and began dueling with the large man, knocking him to the ground and beating him so thoroughly that he eventually surrendered, put his hands up, and yielded. And the guards put him in chains, and the other person followed them over to Suljak's lodge, where they hauled him off to. So the conflict took place somewhere around in here. Basically, you guys split from here, went this way, split again, went this way, and Dracus made it to about right here before he was confronted.
Okay.
This is getting out of hand.
Now there are two of them.
Jesus Christ. That meme is too good when it's just two screens and it's that same dude just saying points.
Ah, yes, twice the memes, double the cringe.
I love the creepy.
Does this information help anybody?
We don't know it.
Well, at this point, you guys are still explaining the plan, and we're probably going to go with a very safe assumption that she did not take the bridge because her tatas move faster when they're in water.
Oh no, so she showed up all like fucking oiled essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was all part of the gimmick and the get up, which is what
I assume
resulted
she like
in the
came out of the
18.
water and it was like slow motion.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Baywatch.
You know what?
Shit.
No, not Baywatch. Not Baywatch. What is the name of that movie? Fast Times at Ridgemont High. The dude fapping in the bathroom to the sound to the song from the Cars. That girl getting out of the pool and the hair just drips back.
Oh my
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm picturing.
Okay.
Amazing. So anyway, actually, what is your movement speed when you're in the water? Huge?
60, I think.
Huge. Fucking huge, mate.
Okay, I got a question.
Becomes
on.
dolphin.
Was fucking one of yous.
Your base, you have a swimming speed of 30 feet. Sorry.
Okay, so then your walking and swimming speed are modified by being a barbarian, so it's actually 40 feet while you're in the water.
So mad at water, swim fast.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, and in her case, it would actually be faster for her to do that since it's going to be a direct line to go from here to here and then walk straight to the market, rather than go from here to the bridge, come down the bridge, and then to the
I
market.
wasn't questioning that. I was just commenting that she's swimming faster because she's angry.
Yeah. Enters water rage mode.
Punches the water, make it move.
That's how she's swimming. She's just punching the water repeatedly.
I want to fight the water, bro.
Instead of pelvic thrusting,
Nah,
through the water,
Black Dynamite.
it's just
Exactly.
again, instead of pelvic thrusting, it's just fists.
Huh, 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 huh.
Dave, that's how I imagine Cyril swims.
Just with pelvic thrusting.
Yes.
You gotta do the woo, the pelvic woo.
Pelvic woo.
Oh my lord. Okay. Moving on.
That's not possible.
Bring it around town.
Okay.
Bring it around town. God, we're all fucking retarded.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
You only
SpongeBob
just
was
figured that
was
out?
gold.
No, I'm just announcing it for everyone to understand.
I'm just
Just a warning,
blankly
we're
staring at
all
the screen, frowning.
Frowning.
Either way,
Bibimbap frowns from a distance.
Yeah,
He just
I can
stops and
sense
he's like,
this shit.
something stupid's happening. I just know it.
I'm glad
Just
I
shakes
will.
his head and starts counting the money again as he lost count.
it's like I'm still a disturbance in the screen money.
I have to pee again.
Of course you do.
It's okay. I'm gonna have to dip. So,
The Lady Bree has to pee.
and Dave is covering for me because
Okay.
things happen.
Okay, so the rest of us are in the bar, right?
Maybe.
Okay, so from point to point is roughly 18 feet. So 18 feet equals 500 feet. So from here to... Wow. That's actually a really big fucking river.
It's huge.
Yep.
Okay, so... 36 would be the magic number that I would be looking for 1,000 feet. So we'll just roughly call that 1,000 feet. We'll do some snappy math here. So let's see, 40 times 4, because we're assuming that she's going fast as fuck. So that's 160 feet over 6 seconds, so divide that by 6. So, damn. I think she's moving faster than most ships.
Just is aerodynamic fish car.
Okay,
Well,
so
like
1,000 divided by 26. That's fast as fuck.
Oh yes, the river people.
So we're going to call this venture that she does roughly taking about 10 minutes. Because she's able to cross that and then essentially sprint towards the market, stop, have enough time to get herself situated, and then walk into the market and then start doing all of this, walk back, and then start the sprint all over again.
Okay, so
She'd be a good messenger.
sorry, I unhooked my thingy. What happened?
No,
You
just
swim
determining how long it
fast.
would. Yeah, just
Okay.
determining how long it would take you to get to the market, and then how long it would take you to have these conversations, and then come back. So we're just calling it 10 minutes.
Okay. And I told everybody, right? Is that what I'm doing?
In approximately 10 minutes from the time that you left, you will be able to relay this information.
Okay.
So basically, Cyril reinvigorating the plan with Ziggy in mind, and then Theris being inducted into this in order to cast cast invisibility to give you guys basically an hour. So that would allow Ziggy to get inside as well. Since Ziggy is effectively going to be the one that's going to get them out, because you're not going to be able to cast invisibility on Dracus, and it's going to look really fucking weird if Dracus just walks up from wherever their prison cells are at. And they're just like, hey, weren't you in jail?
Nope. Bye.
It'd be a very strange situation.
You can persuade them that it's not Dracus they see.
I could
You
use
didn't
a minor.
see
I could
anything.
polymorph him,
Correct.
or we could just TP away.
I'm about to say, I go for the wise one.
I just use myself freaking whatever that.
We'll
ability
leave
is.
Joey in the prison because he has some fetishes he needs to work out.
Well, fuck. I was just gonna
Polymorph Joey to look like Dracus.
I was
Yeah.
just gonna say I could use disguise self to be a guard and go, no, we need to move him to another cell. But no, I guess you want to fucking sacrifice me to the horde.
Emphasis on horror.
Yeah.
Well, as Theris kind of brings this one up, you know, the joking aside, he's like, you know what? That's actually a really good idea. I know exactly how I can get in. You can disguise yourself as a guard after casting invisibility on Risen and Ziggy. And you are bringing me into the lounge. And you brought me here specifically to perform, to entertain. So now I will be able to provide a distraction for everybody inside, allowing Ziggy and Risen to have the opportunity to look through and figure out where Dracus is being held at. And then once you guys are out, then we can eventually leave from there.
I like the plan. There's just one small problem.
Fuck
What?
you. I'm a gnome.
No, I'd have to cast disguise self and then do the invisibility, because invisibility is concentrated up to an hour. Casting another spell would break it.
As long as it's not a concentration spell.
You
You can only hold one concentration spell at a time. As long as you're not having to concentrate on the disguise
so you
self,
can
then you'll be
cast
fine.
spells while you're concentrating. It's not other concentration spells. Never mind
Correct.
then. There's didn't know something key about magic. Who'd have fucking thought?
And then I just frown at you in wizard, and I'm just like fucking warlocks.
I know more about magic than you do, elf boy or gnome boy.
What's your intellect?
Hold on, let me double check that.
Mine's 22. I win.
He does too, because he's 10 more than me.
What's your dexterity?
My dexterity is 17.
I'm 21. I kick you in the balls.
All that.
That's my magic. I don't know you.
Remember I said I was content with that choice? I'm starting to regret it now.
I got a dip, so you guys have fun.
Oh no.
You dare dip?
I have no choice. I already knew. I mean,
Well, we'll try to keep both of you alive, both of your characters.
oh, it's okay. There are plans.
It's only a game. Why you have to
Plants within plants.
Yes. So, I will, yep. Good luck, Dave.
Oh boy.
Not that you need it, you're fine.
Never go for retard.
Yeah, I would
Fucking
do so.
say that when anything could happen.
Anything could happen. We could get hit by an asteroid.
Right?
Everyone proceeds to roll nothing but nat 1 so rapidly that the wall just implodes.
Nat one so hard we accidentally put two fucking bag of holdings inside of each other.
Oh, God.
No.
I enjoy that little tidbit.
That's the amount of damage done. Ow, someone just hit me with the horny stick.
No, they hit you in the head with a coconut.
Oh.
They give it a death. I love that noise.
I swear to Christ!
Alright. I like the emote for that. It's just a switch face.
1 second. Somebody dropped my food off at the wrong house. I'll be right back.
So,
Okay.
I will find out what happened later. So, out.
Find out next time on Dungeon Ball Z.
Find out next time. Sean's able to actually participate.
Nope.
Yeah, so you're right.
What?
Sorry,
Oh
my
no!
Voice of the gorilla.
Why are you gay?
You see? But all right, you gentlemen, and I guess Bree, have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
will send you to Jesus.
I will send you to Jesus.
Does anybody know why he had to go? Or is it?
Because they're currently in Vegas right now. They're hanging out at Grandma's house.
Oh. So
Because they were there to do some shopping, and they also stopped there to pick up Cat's Steam Deck.
Oh.
But really what they need to do...
Touch grass.
Oh, God.
No maidens.
I love that fucking clip.
Amazing.
FBI, open up!
Oh, God, no.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm gonna come.
Okay. So, what are we doing then?
What are we doing? I do believe that the 10 minutes has passed upon the explanation of the plan going forth, debating back and forth about who's doing what where.
I'm back.
Welcome, Black.
Did you get your food?
No, it's actually in a different city.
What?
That's all bad.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
Hopefully.
I've got to reorder. I'm not even mad. I'm just confused.
Right?
I mean, how do you fail so badly that an order that you make in one city gets made in another city?
I don't know. I checked everything. Everything's in order. It's just not. I'm just like, all right, whatever. I'm just gonna get a refunded order again.
I'm not mad. I'm actually impressed.
It's like, how do you? It's like the one time I was working delivery, and the person's like, "Why can't you find my street? It's on this sign." And I'm like, "Oh, that sign's gone. They stole that sign. I don't know where it is." And they're like, "Oh yeah, that happens a lot." I'm like, "What?"
What?
Exactly.
Oh boy. Okay. So, Calmar manages to make it back, soaking wet, all jokes aside.
Never.
And and explains to you exactly what she's garnered from her little bit of investigating with some persuasion. And so that gives you guys the solid confirmation that Souljack's Lounge is where Dracus is currently being held, as far as anybody else knows. Whether or not he's been moved or not, you guys don't know anything beyond that. Just that that was the last place that he was seen being taken to. So if he's in Irons, more than likely, that's where they took him.
Okay. So how do we get him out?
Mission Impossible.
Okay.
Dun,
Well,
dun,
first,
dun,
we
dun,
dressed
dun,
Joey
dun.
like a woman. Or
God
Theris,
damn
sorry.
it! Stop trying, dude. We already came up with the one where I become a security guard. Stop taking my thunder.
You could be a female security guard.
But why?
Because you'd probably like it.
That notwithstanding.
Anyway, I'm done.
Why?
There is no reason.
There is no reason. There is no spoon.
Well,
So is Joey still confused on the plan?
Joey wasn't confused.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna be using disguise self to look like a guard, cast invisibility on Risen and Ziggy, and then me and fucking Bardbor are gonna go in and be a massive distraction, so those guys can break in, get Dracus, and teleport out. Right?
You are
Yes.
one dumb son of a bitch.
I don't feel like that's fair. I actually got the right answer.
You are indeed correct. So anyway, as far as the how, at about this time, because this has been about 15-ish minutes, 20 minutes since Risen left the room, he comes back down into the dining hall where you guys are still formulating your plan, and you can see that he has cut his hair and changed some of his clothes. And honestly, it's kind of hard to tell whether or not he would be a ship's mate or a captain, based on the appearance of his coat and the style of hair that he has currently taken up.
This just in, I'm a liar and I forgot about my phone.
Haha, dumbass.
Yeah, fucking
Correct.
One dumb son of a bitch.
That
I
one
would
was
love for him to
warranted.
say that to me. I would love The Rock to say that to me. Was it The Rock or Stone Cold? One of them has said it before.
That's
Both
Stone
times.
Cold.
Yeah, sorry.
Stone
In his old age, he almost sounds like The Rock now at this point. Like The Rock sounds like him sometimes. It's weird.
Right.
It's weird. It scares me.
It's all the fucking steroids.
It's true. See, he gets it.
I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another
Okay.
dude.
Are we going to put the plan in action?
Right.
Well, at this point, it appears that you guys have all the tools that you need. The last person in this dynamic then re-enters the room, and that would be Strom, along with Jax and Beniago. And Strom, basically what they have informed you about is that the calling for this meeting is essentially going to be a political play. So there are two elements to this. That while Drac is being accused of murder, currently being detained, puts you guys in a precarious situation because, number one, that could potentially have all of you end up being detained. And because you guys are currently hanging out with Jax, a well-known Ship Kurth hangout, that Ship Suljak may be attempting to make a play to push Kurth out of the power position. So in terms of what needs to happen, you guys need to make sure that Dracus is not in prison before this meeting takes place. And if anything, making an appearance at this meeting with Dracus will make for a very, very large statement.
Love you too. Send help.
No, you don't.
You're right, she doesn't.
I was saying that to my grandma.
Yeah, so you don't. It's a
Definitely
lie.
fake.
You don't know it's a lie. Yeah, see?
Lip service.
I mean, to you guys, maybe.
Yeah.
See,
Anyway.
no. See, I'm the one who gets the lip service from you.
Haha.
I just assumed that was her grandma's nickname.
Lip service?
Yeah.
I like how that's Morty and he just looks disgusted.
Yes.
Agreed. I'll give the quack.
Quack.
No, my quack.
It's like the gavel.
So,
Love you too.
Release the quacking.
Also, thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so you guys currently have your task before you. So, you guys going to put the plan in action?
I would hope.
I'm ready whenever, but can't move without other people because I need to be made invisible, even though I'm tiny.
Yeah.
Somebody carry me. I don't know who's coming.
I would be guessing you and Risen are going in one group.
Well, I know, like, they know the gist of it, but I don't know. Like, I don't think everyone's coming, because half of us are doing other things.
No, I'm going with Jax and Kurth to the meeting.
No problem.
I'll go with
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I should go.
You should probably come with me. Then you could tell me if Risen successful or not, and if he's here.
Yes.
That's actually a really good idea.
Yeah, you're kind of our radio.
Yes.
Theris prepares his magic maker for when the time comes, so you can get you guys
Is that what you call your Willy?
No, that's what I call the magic rod that I cast from. And no, that's also not what I call my penis.
You're just making it worse.
Shut the fuck up, you jackasses.
I feel like that's what you call your penis.
What do you call your penis?
I didn't name it.
You can't call it gun. It's just never been.
It was just as fucking bad as fucking Dave's reference during the fucking golem fight. When he said I spewed fucking white hot goodness from the tip of my sword at the golem. I was like, oh my fucking god, Dave.
Your sword is horny.
Or Dave's horny.
Dave is horny, and therefore the sword is horny.
Listen here. As the DM, it is my job to, play to the audience as well. So consequently, I'm kind of sort of giving you guys what you want in the first place. So don't sit there and tell me you don't want Strom's sword to spew white hot goodness.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't.
I mean, you quite literally wanted to rename your Lay on Hands ability to Strom's Magic Hands, which you then promptly use on another female character to heal them.
That's funny though.
It is funny.
I already know exactly what I wanted to do with the other guy. Everything would be a phallic reference.
He forgot about that, didn't he?
He did. He very much did. He did it to what was it, Valley?
Valley.
They're better.
Yeah.
Valley. Yeah.
They're all better.
Yeah. No, in that instance, that one interaction was better than anything Orange did with his character.
Yeah, I did it to Valley.
It was so stupid that like he was all for that situation, and then like 3 sessions later he was salty about it.
I know.
Well, because he doesn't want it to be read about.
He wanted to get fucking revenge for it, but he couldn't because it would be metagaming because his character was unconscious.
Right? Had no idea what was happening. All you knew is that you woke up wet and healed.
By the way, I think from that point on, that's when he didn't want to be in her.
You felt better than when you went to sleep after getting stabbed.
Viciously.
You received a proper stabbing.
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man. Terrible.
Joey, don't be a female character in need of healing from Strom's magic hands.
I think at this point you're going to cause more damage than help. Fucking scaly clawed finger.
Yeah, just a little
It's like,
bit.
oh yeah, that's satisfying.
It's just a single finger touch.
Oh, god damn it.
What?
I'm keeping that one to myself. That's fucking terrible.
Oh, you know
You're gonna kill one of us eventually.
Goes, I'm not gonna tell that one.
You gotta share with the class now.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. We're gonna do this as like an ad lib or mad gab kind of thing. All right. So think Lion King.
No, I'm good. I'm not gonna entertain this. I've been warned.
Yeah.
I want to see where this goes.
Okay. So Lion King, when Simba meets Timon and Pumbaa.
When Nala jumps on top of him?
No, it's before that point. But you're kind of thinking along the same lines.
Oh boy.
But we're taking a section out of context.
Is it when Pumbaa gets stuck under the branch?
I mean, you're still kind of thinking along the same lines, taking it out of context. It's funny, and I do have a TikTok that takes that out of context, which is hilarious. But no, further back from that, it's when they're looking for grubs.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh boy.
You know, yeah, when Simba eats his first grub.
Oh yeah, and his face. His
Slimy,
face.
yet satisfying.
Yeah. Slimy. Yet...
And that is
Nice.
exactly why Joey worships Cthulhu.
I mean, I can see it.
That's also exactly why he gets pegged.
I hate all of you so much.
I didn't say anything.
No, you don't.
You
No, you
can
don't.
hate and love at the same time, damn it.
Emotional damage.
Thank you.
There you go.
Or
Every
just
fucking 2
emotional.
weeks with you.
Actually, I think this one might
Psychological.
apply, but I'm not sure what it does.
What that one does is give me
That's just the nap
anxiety.
noises.
Pure horror.
No,
Why you bullying me?
that's when Joey meets Cthulhu.
Okay. Okay, I'm back.
You missed nothing.
Welcome back.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she did.
Joey just takes a look at
Why you
Cthulhu.
bullying me?
Jesus.
This is what you missed.
Yes, that is all you missed.
So happy.
Okay, so we are committing the egregious sin of splitting the party, but it's for a good reason.
One of us will be dead by the end of this session, 100%.
More than
Yeah, it's gonna be
likely.
you.
You'd probably be me, yeah, because they're gonna realize I'm not a real guard and try and kill me.
That's not a real person. That's a drow. Kill it.
Oh my god!
Why is that?
That's not a real person. It's a trap. Holy shit!
Wow.
I mean, some people
Is
are
that-
racist like that.
Tell us how you really
Risen's over here like,
feel.
Risen's over here like, I'm half drow. Wow.
The fuck? You
Right?
I didn't say I said that in character. It wasn't like Ziggy just being random old racist grandpa.
Random
I'm not
old
gonna lie, I
racist
was kinda
grandpa.
hoping he was.
What about
We need
random
some
old racist grandpa tree?
We need some racism in our party.
Oh yes, that solves everything.
I'm
It
joking, of
doesn't.
course.
It only causes more problems because it's
It
funny.
does. It's pretty funny for the first week, though.
I know it's pretty funny for the entire campaign. It just has to be inserted correctly. Anyways,
All right. So anyway, as you guys split up, of course, the meeting is going to be taking place a little later on. But you guys have burned up a good portion of the day, or at least the good portion of the morning between eating, planning, Kalmar running around, you know. So, as the acting party moves forward to head over to Souljack's lounge, Risen makes mention that you guys should probably case out the building before making any kind of determination about when and where to enter. So spend a little bit of time just watching and see what's going on as far as, are there guards positioned in particular locations? Are we going to be spotted from a distance? So, of course, all of you moving as a group probably is not going to be a wise decision, and coming directly at the building, considering its location, is probably not going to be a wise idea.
Is there like a pub nearby that I could just chill at and watch the area?
Well, there's Turiel's Fortress, right?
Is that a bar?
Well, that is actually another one of the High Captain's buildings.
Okay.
So, essentially, the vast majority of traffic is going to be concentrated around in this area here by the market.
Okay.
So it is very easily achievable for you guys to kind of, quote, get lost in the market. But you could actually then go through the market, take this path, and then come back around and perhaps come through this way.
I do.
Do you, yes.
I have a question. Just a
I
quick
might have an
question.
answer.
Would me scrying be any use?
I'm not sure how you would be able to scry. Do you actually have access to the spell Scry?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's read the spell description here.
It should be in my list.
You can see and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical condition or connection you have to it. If a target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed. So the save modifier... Okay. So are you wanting to scry Dracus in particular?
Yeah. To see
Okay.
like because don't know exactly how he's faring anyways.
Send help.
Fuck you, we can't hear you.
You don't need to. You can feel it.
I barely know you.
It doesn't matter.
Now, based on the spell description here, this is going to be a very interesting sort of situation because Dracus doesn't actually know that you're going to be scrying him, so he can't fail the saving throw voluntarily. You are familiar with the target, so the save modifier... Let's see.
Random question. Does Dracus by chance have one of our Rocky Talkie things?
I do not believe he does, and they would have stripped him of all of his equipment anyway.
Oh, okay.
Now, as far as connection, probably very likely that by checking through his room, be able to get one of his possessions or another set of clothes to be able to use for the connection for the scrying. Casting time is going to take 10 minutes. And Jax would probably be able to provide you with a scrying focus of some kind, probably more than likely a crystal ball or a font.
Crystal ball thought would be better.
Okay. So, Dracus, you're going to be at a -9 to your wisdom saving throw to avoid being scryed, given these current conditions.
Huh?
Oh no. Whatever am I gonna do?
You can roll in that 20.
On a scale of 1 to 10, my friend, you're fucked.
I love that freaking audio.
Hold on a second, actually. Just wait. 20
I'm
plus 3
waiting.
would be 23. 23 minus 9 would be 14. And what is Sylvana's spell saving throw? I want to see if it's actually even possible for him to beat this. No, that's not. No need to roll. Even if you rolled a nat 20, you would still fail.
Oh, huh, imagine that.
Again, not like it matters. Why would I try to roll to succeed that?
Because you're not aware that you're being
Yeah,
scryed
exactly.
upon. So the immediate feeling of somebody trying to see you, listen in on you, your initial reaction is to try and resist it. But now if you were aware ahead of time that, like, you know, say 20 minutes ago, Sylvana said, once you get to this location, I'm going to start the scrying process, so, you know, be aware that I'm going to scry on you, and then you can choose to fail it willingly so the scrying can take place. But in this case, you are absolutely not aware of what's going on.
No. I'm just saying. Why would I even try? So
Because most people
We
don't
move
like it
on.
when people fuck with their brains.
Correct.
yes.
But anyway, after the casting of the spell, the rest of you, let's see, over the course of about 10 minutes, you know, you guys probably aren't moving at a very brisk pace. I'd say you guys probably made it to about right here. So as soon as your connection is made and your senses are kind of, focusing in on what you can see, there appears to be a single torch nearby. So it's just kind of dimly lighting a small jail cell in front of you. As you're kind of getting a visual of the jail cell, it's basically barely big enough for one person. Probably very uncomfortable for Dracus. It's, maybe a 7x7, would be absolutely miserable for somebody his size to be in there. Probably going to have to be hunched over or sitting on the floor or something like that.
Oh, that's why I keep hearing "help me."
Yeah.
Help, Mike.
But basically, how I look in that cell is Dracus is probably the Ogre from Dark Tide, just sitting.
Like, fuck this tiny ass ship.
And as you're kind of seeing, the flames of the torch kind of lick a little bit and giving you just a little bit more light, you're able to kind of make out Dracus's shadowed form as he's sitting cross-legged, with his hands resting in his lap. And he's not wearing his armor, doesn't have any weapons or anything like that. And the noises in the distance that you can hear, other than, of course, the nearby torch, there appears to be what sounds like a dwarf that is just cursing up a fucking storm somewhere nearby, making all sorts of epithets and threats, racial slurs, etc., about what he's going to do once he's let out.
Is that Thaldrum?
No.
Damn.
I wish it was Thaldrum. That'd have been great.
Not every dwarf is Thaldrum.
Yeah, I know, right?
You don't know that.
No, but every dwarf is angry as fuck.
Yeah.
This one in particular.
I'm guessing I'm not with the other group because we already split off, right?
Right, you guys have already separated at this point. So you're still in One-Eye Jack's. Essentially, in order to be able to use this, you've kind of like taken up location someplace where it's quiet, where you can concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
But that is currently what you're witnessing. And of course, you can freely relay that to Risen.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say next. I relay that to Risen so that just follow that. If you hear angry dwarf noises, follow that.
Mm-hmm.
Angry dwarf noises. Yay.
Based on, kind of what you're seeing inside of the prison cell or prison area, that there are actually quite a few cells down here. And it appears to be underground based on the lighting.
No, I definitely tell him everything that's important, like that too, so he'd know where to start looking.
And then I assume that trickles down to the other people going in as well.
Yep, Risen's relaying you guys the information as he's getting it from Sylvana.
Screaming.
He does kind of chuckle a little bit about the excessively surly dwarf.
Ziggy just laughs and is like, "It sounds right."
So then, I'm guessing you guys are going to try and get yourselves separated throughout the market and kind of filter your way down the road this way, back through, and then start observing from somewhere around in that area.
Considering they don't know me, how off limits is this place?
Considering this is one of the High Captain's main
you
buildings,
can't just roll in and be like, "Hello."
Yeah, that's not something that's going to happen. That'd be like, average person just walking up to the mayor's house and pounding on the door like, "Hey, dude, I want to talk to you."
Fair enough.
Except the mayor doesn't have heavily armed guards that are willing to bend or break the law along with every limb that you have.
You're basically giving me moral free ground to kill these people, Dave.
I'm not saying that Luskin is a nice place.
Oh, I know, but like this is exactly the type of shit my character doesn't like.
People abusing power.
Yes. My character's a revolutionary, essentially.
Ding dong, it's America, motherfucker.
All right, so we have Ziggy, Theris, and Risen, and Cyril. So probably some of the best guys that would be observant.
Sorry, my food got here. I'm eating as we go.
Ah.
But yes, I'm doing that. I'm watching.
All right, so if I could get perception checks from all of you,
From
now that you guys are in position.
Also, it's a fun update. They fucked up my order.
After all that.
Win today.
I'm
How'd
just
they
hungry
fuck it
at
up?
this point. They gave me the wrong thing.
Wait, do you want a perception from everybody?
Did you grab the battery?
Just from those four.
Okay.
Fine.
But
Wait, me included or no?
Oh shit!
You are not there.
It's back at her house.
My thing's taking
You
a
are
second.
you are the muscle for Strom.
Okay.
I think, even though
Muscle fish.
no, I think you grabbed it.
Persuade. What do you say? Perception?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy.
You're not answering my goddamn question.
Wait, why didn't it pop up? Oh wait, no. Here we go. Oh boy. Theris and I just look at each other like, yeah.
Oh, there's a building over
there's
there.
a building, yeah.
I think that's the building we're looking for.
I think I don't know.
Theris,
man.
what do your elf eyes see? I see eyes.
I see the hobbits to go in the Isengard.
No,
What?
not Heisenberg.
They're taking the hobbits to Heisenberg.
They're
Oh,
off
no,
to
he's-
IKEA. We're gonna see the shelves.
He's gonna turn him into Soldats. Feels bad. Only when he gets a reference.
Oof.
boy.
Well, I was referencing Breaking Bad.
I was referencing Resident Evil.
I don't Resident Evil.
I know. I'm disappointed that Joey didn't get it though.
Oh, Sean, do you have the capability of clicking on a dice roll? Oh no,
Sorry,
he's dead.
were you talking to me? Literally everything broke.
Oh, I was asking if you had the ability to make a dice roll.
No, I do not. I'm not logging onto that crappy app on this thing.
Okay.
Actually, it was probably abysmal anyway.
What do you want a dice roll for?
I already rolled it. This is just for
Okay.
perception.
Or it's like I have his character sheet on this app, so.
You have Dracus, but you don't have Cyril.
Right. Okay.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. I can't sign into the app anyways. It's just internal server errors.
Oof.
Internal server errors.
Okay. So anyway, it's a good thing that one of you actually has good perception.
And it's not me.
Not me.
It's the middle of the goddamn day, and I'm in the trial.
Two
Is
of
my
you have.
excuse.
You're fucking
Sure,
light
I
eyes.
can't see. All I
Joey,
see
you were
are
fucking born and
lights.
raised on the fucking surface.
I said it was an excuse. I didn't say it was a valid one.
Fucking Enwa.
You can't
You
use that word.
Inwa.
That's our word.
It's not your word.
But sharing is caring.
It's just true.
Die, fetcher.
Okay, so yeah, for some reason I can no longer sign in on the application, so it doesn't even matter.
Okay, so with the little help from Risen pointing things out to you guys, he's pointing out the guard patterns in the front and back, as well as the guards positioned on the second floor of the building, and a pair of clever archers walking along the roof on the back side, as well as pointing out the each one of the hard points with these towers here all have a pair of archers in them as well.
So don't get caught as what.
I don't know why we had me look at shit. I can't see.
Risen kind of glances over to Ziggy and he says, "Shall I find you a box?"
That would be great. Or just put me on your shoulders.
Risen kind of thinks about that for a minute and he's like, "You know, we're both going to be invisible anyway. Maybe you should."
All right. And I like motion up for him to pick me up.
Okay, so he picks you up and sets you on his shoulder.
Jesus
All right.
Christ, guys.
Now, you being a magic user, at this point, this is the first time you've been in close contact with Risen, and as soon as he sets you on his shoulder, you can actively feel the level of magic that is actually embedded into his skin through those tattoos. So you can, of course, you're able to see the tattoos that extend down his forearms, but you can tell, I mean, because you haven't seen him without his shirt off, but you can tell that those tattoos cover his entire body. And the amount of magic embedded into that he is effectively imbued with the equivalent of full plate armor.
Oh.
What did I miss?
I make like a noise, and then I say, "Nice armor."
Risen kind of smirks and he says, "You should see what else it can do."
Gross.
I raise my eyebrows. He's like, "Oh, I am interested. Maybe I will."
But at this point, as you guys have now identified effectively where all of the guards are currently located at, that now would be the time to enact your little plan. So Theris casting Disguise Self on himself to appear like one of the ship's Souljack guards, now that you kind of have good visual examples of what they would look like.
And for reference, it's like the most stereotypical guard, you know, they're the end of their retirement and everything.
You're 10 days away from retirement.
Yep. At least my guard Sona is.
Your guard Sona, I see.
Oh my god. Is this a fursona as well?
No, this one's just a joke. No, just big walrus mustache though.
Big walrus mustache?
I look like Jamie from fucking Mythbusters.
Oh god.
With the beret and everything.
Right.
What are you drinking?
I don't know. I'm the one.
All of it.
The blood
I
of
thought I was the one who
enemies.
drank fucking coffee today.
I mean, I'm baffled.
Beans. Dirty beans.
I feel the need to take a piss, but I don't want to fucking walk away right now.
I mean, I'm actively walking out here to see what she's drinking, and there's nothing here.
And you just think about to pop off.
Oh, you had coffee?
Yeah, I did. What?
Damn you.
You want me to make them what? Or things?
Can I have the, the blueberry?
Blueberry
Yeah,
coffee?
get the blueberry.
The boob by Rory.
Yeah, it's Death Wish Blue and Berried is what it's called.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's
I
blueberry
enjoy that.
vanilla.
They got good names.
It's really good.
I found butterscotch beer.
And now I am walking by my cat tree, and one of my cats is currently hiding in the middle section. Hey, buddy.
You can't see them, they're invisible.
His fur is actually the same color as the fucking cat tree, so sometimes I walk by it and I don't even know he's there.
That's great.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have enough bright colors to differentiate him from the cat tree.
I'm upset. I think I have a bluff that could work, but I know my dice rolls are gonna suck, so it's not gonna work.
Don't worry,
That's your
if you
fault.
fail, cast sleep.
Oh, cast
Well,
sleep.
Actually, hold
I
on,
tell you
do I
what, since we
even
really
listen?
haven't done scenarios like this before, I will just give you a minor heads up. If you want to just do a dice roll for a bluff, it's going to be whatever the standard DC is. If you can actually make a convincing argument to me, I will provide you with modifiers that will lower the DC.
I like this. This is good.
This is to encourage you guys to do a little bit of role playing at the very least.
You see, I was hoping for that because I was gonna try to roleplay this up a little bit.
Well, that's what I've been trying to do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Hey, I DM'd a group that had a bard that, like, dude, he was like 100% into it. Like, he would sit here and try and sell a nun a ketchup popsicle while she's wearing white gloves, and honestly, I was all for it.
Ketchup popsicle. That's fucking foul.
While she was wearing white gloves. Fucking amazing. Okay, but you know, once I cast Disguise Self, and I do look kind of like Jamie Heineman, I also cast Invisibility, and I lightly touch both Risen and Ziggy because it's a touch spell.
Before you do
to apply
that,
the
I
effect of them.
reintroduce myself to you when you change.
Everyone, you might have been confused before I finally just tap you into Invisibility.
Well, hello. Why are you touching me, sir?
Hello, I'm blah
hi.
blah blah blah.
Okay, so you're both invisible. I've adjusted my beret.
What a strange random man.
And Cyril kind of sits there and straightens up his shirt and smooths out his goatee and kind of brushes his mustaches a little bit and runs his hands through his hair a little carelessly to give it a little bit more flair and bounce.
Baby, I got a +9 in Deception.
I use Can I use prestidigitation while invisible? If not, I'm not gonna do it.
It would count as an
Casting a
action.
spell will break it.
All right,
Yeah.
never mind.
And I
I was
could
gonna
do
give him
this
like a
with-
spark above his hair while he did that. Like a ding.
But once he's all situated, then he pulls out his lute and gives it a hearty strum, and then proceeds to tune it a little bit, and then nods at Theris that he is ready to proceed.
All right, follow me. And Theris kind of walks with purpose, like he's been there before, up to the building.
I make some like horse rein motion.
And Risen is trying very hard not to snicker as he is very quietly trying to move you guys along behind the rest of them. And Cyril continues along behind Theris in his disguise, just kind of casually humming a tune, occasionally strumming on the lute, you know, making sure that he's playing up the part.
For a second, I thought he was supposed to be sneaking. What the fuck?
You forget we're the distraction. We're getting used to that part of my background when my character's a fucking liar.
We're using bardish stealth.
I like to think that my character is kind of like a bard, but not a bard. Just bard-ish. And I think that works.
No. You've got the bard part backwards. You're supposed to fuck everything, not get fucked by everything,
Okay,
including
so
your dice rolls.
I'm a bard that's backwards. Okay, whatever. I'm still feeling.
I'm the backwards
You're a
bard, the
dark-
backwards bard.
Drab?
Broke
Drab.
back
You're a
backwards
drab.
bard.
I have to persuade to let us in.
Anyway, as you guys come up to the door, of course, you know, using your best confidence, why don't you make me a bluff check to see if you can, at the very least, convince the guards that are in view that you know what you're doing.
So you're thinking deception check?
Yes.
I have a +9 for that.
I wish you the best of luck.
I do too.
Fellow guards, how you doing? It's
Oh,
me.
man.
The hell about?
Hello, fellow guards.
Anyway,
Dear God, you now one.
Why do I
He's
always
looking
get
at
low
something.
numbers? Can I please? This is
RP,
bullshit.
This is
save
amazing.
yourself.
This
Joey,
is amazing.
Joey, how do you? Why?
He's a
I just want to point out that even with a nat 1, I got 10. Like, I am pretty good at deception. I just flubbed it, I guess.
Anyway, in the flubbing of what you're doing, apparently something about your body language must have drawn the attention of one of the walking guards. And
Yeah, I'm walking funny.
right.
When is he not?
That's your angle. You got fucked real hard last night.
They're gonna question me, and it's like, man, you won't understand. I got
Full
one of those
disclosure,
women,
I
she had
got
a
fucking
penis.
destroyed.
I got fucking destroyed. I'm going back tomorrow. You should come with.
Oh my god.
That actually works. God God, I knew
Okay.
this was gonna happen. I knew I would try to do something cool, and I would
Okay,
roll that one.
you get an opportunity to redeem yourself. The guard approaches and asks you, "What are you doing?" As he kind of looks you up and down. And now go ahead and make your deception check using this line of argument.
I got fucked up the night before.
Yeah.
I got fucked up the night
Real
before.
talk, real
This
talk.
dude right here, probably using Cyril as the cause for all your woes.
Real talk. If we're doing the I got fucked up last night, I don't need to roll a deception. That's just true.
But
But
anyway,
I am
you were trying to convince this guard not to interfere with your current plans.
He was like, "Oh, I got fucked up last night, but I was told by the boss to bring this bard in to entertain the boys. They boys like to be entertained,
Them boys.
Them boys,
Them
boys will be
boys.
boys. Come on,
boys.
fuck yeah! That's a number.
That is a
That's a number.
What number it is, but it's there.
It's 25.
It's better than the other number. Oh, no,
That is way better than the other number.
Anything would have been better than the other number.
The guard looks at you and he starts nodding along and he's like, "Oh yeah, all right." And he looks at the bard and he's like, "How good are you?"
Nat
It's
one.
like, I might
Nat
pop in
one.
for a little bit.
Nat one.
Yeah, Nat one.
Pulls it out.
He starts screaming into the microphone like he's a banshee and shredding on his lute.
Oh, he's good. He's fine.
He's very good. he manages to play an entire
They're
band
gonna
by
tip
himself.
him.
Yes! You get 20 gold pieces.
Well, based on that performance roll, the guard is actually, very thoroughly, enthralled with what's going on. And he's like, "Oh yeah, dude, get in there. You're going to fucking slay it. The boys are going to love it. Get in there, just..." And he completely forgets what he's doing and just opens the door and walks right in because he wants to see the whole performance. So now you guys have your entry into the building. And at this point, we're going to swap maps. I do apologize for the people that are not going to be able to see.
Well, this is my comfort map. Wow.
No, my emotional support map.
My
It's just
emotional
darkness.
support map. Yes, it is currently just darkness.
Ah!
You'll have to give me a moment
God,
while
I can't
we...
see shit in here, says the man who has dark vision.
All right.
Look,
Oh, no.
oh god, I'm invisible.
It's magical darkness.
I'm just going to stack you two right there.
Oh, speaking of, I can cast a darkness spell.
Seems
For free,
redundant
once-
at the moment.
So
At the
Theros will
moment,
be in
absolutely,
front.
but I have that
Oh my
ability.
god, it's a black square.
No, not the Blair.
Anything but the Blair Witch Project.
I know this
Oh,
sounds like a
God.
silly thing to say, but try to avoid bright lights. Even though you're invisible, you still technically cast a shadow where your feet are at.
Okay, so we now have things dragged out appropriately.
I just imagine that Cyril, just whenever he sings, it's always about cheese.
I mean, you probably not wrong. Now, as far as being able to give the rest of you vision, I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. Since, unfortunately, the only people that can actively see at this point are going to be Jacob and Joey and Sean and whoever's watching the stream. So I guess if you guys want to flip over to Twitch so you can see things from their perspective, that will save me a lot of work.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing that.
Oh no, the one weakness. I gotta find your
I
fucking
mean, that's why it's
dreams.
there.
Wait, or do we need to do that? Only them, yeah?
Only anybody other than
Us.
you, Joey,
Okay.
and Sean.
I
Well,
like
Sean
my
probably will
icon.
anyway, but
I brought a beer with me.
Hey, it doesn't count as an attack action. Glug, glug, glug.
There's always a beer in my hat. Maybe.
I like the idea that you're a transmutation wizard. You just turn things into beer and drink them.
That's what I do to my
Actually,
enemies.
what kind of wizard are you? What's your specialty?
I'm a blade singer.
Where the fuck's your pins?
Oh, so you don't have one of the normals like schools of magic. So you have something else.
that
yes.
is his school of
That
magic,
is my-
blade
Yeah,
singing.
but normally a school of magic is like illusion, evocation. He has a very unique. Type of
Technically, as a
magic.
blade singer, evocation and abjuration are the two foci.
I just fucking slapped Dave upside the face with the fucking Resident Sleeper.
Is your Twitch pinned in the server at all?
At the face.
Yeah.
You can literally just type in
Is your Twitch pinned in the server at all?
/DreadWolf88. At the face.
Twitch.
You can literally
Dash
just
what?
type in twitch.tv /DreadWolf88. Exactly like his gamer tag is spelt.
Bonk.
Oh, see.
All right. Thank you. Got it.
Oh, yeah.
Why
Oh my
is
god, it's a
it?
bunch of things.
Why is it very tiny?
The reason it's very tiny is because you're only able to see what light will show you.
No. Like my screen is tiny.
What do you mean your screen is tiny? I know you're technologically challenged, but
There's an echo and I don't like it.
do you know why there's an echo?
Why?
Hover right here. Drag that all the way down. Now there will not be an echo.
Yay!
Thank you.
I looked it
Because you're
away.
actively watching the stream as it happens, and it's not an echo, it's a short second or two delay. There you go.
Freaking hate
Now you will
Roll20
be able
so
to
much
see.
right now.
It's infinite madness.
Well, not only that, but it won't. I'm trying to scroll the screen over to the left so I can actually see everything while zoomed in, and it won't let me scroll. It won't let me scroll sideways right now.
The reason why is because this map is actually located directly on the left side of the screen. It's not centered.
Alright, I'm
So
done
you're actually at the
shitposting in your
left.
chat.
Oh boy. I love the aliens kissing. That's adorable.
They're not kissing. That's just one alien.
Vine Norts.
It's just.
Oh,
Norts.
I see what's going on here. That is amusing.
Also,
I like
it's
that.
the Trolls 2 guy.
Bum OMG. Glorious.
I watched some random Twitch channels.
Alright, so anyway, once you guys are inside, the lighting in here doesn't consist of a whole lot of natural light, as this is kind of, as you're cued into, or clued into immediately as soon as you come in here, this is designed to be more of a fortress, and not necessarily any kind of, like, decorative building. So there are quite a few torches placed about, giving off light. What you guys can currently see right now, straight ahead, in through the lane, you can see the main table set up in the what appears to be their dining area, as well as beyond that there's stairs that go up and stairs that go down. And as you guys follow the other guard into the building, he cuts in through here and then comes over to each one of these doorways and calls out to any remaining men inside before making his way up the stairs.
That go up.
Continuing with his hooting and hollering about there being a bard here for entertainment.
I can't remember. Can I talk into people's brains? Did I get that? Do I have telepathy?
I do. So
Would that
if
be
you
under
wanna-
spells?
Well, remember, any spell that you cast at this point will break your invisibility.
Well, no. I'm just is telepathy a spell? I guess is my question, or is that just?
I
like
do believe it is.
I don't even think I have that. I'm just looking. Go on.
It is indeed a spell, and telepathy is an 8th level evocation.
Oh.
But at this point, now that you guys are inside, and that man continuing on his path, where the hell is he? There he is. All right. So, God damn you, where is it? There it is. Well, that is a very good roll on the part of Risen, sneaking you guys through. And managing to essentially follow the man around from one area to the next until, so of course, coming through this way, cutting this way, pausing here as he stops, and then when he cuts across this way, Risen cuts straight for the bottom of the stairs. So now at this point, that will cause Risen and Ziggy to swap maps.
I have a question because there was something I meant to do but I didn't, and it was earlier.
Okay.
If I basically my character's paranoid. I cast Thought Shield every day when I wake up because it lasts 8 hours. I was wondering if that would interfere with what was happening or if that could be retroactive. So I forgot to say anything about that.
No, honestly, a wizard, knowing what other wizards would do, I would not be surprised if you have like a routine of spells that last all day that you make sure to cast on yourself for essentially self-preservation.
Yeah, that's what I have with Thought Shield.
Every morning.
Yeah, I have a couple things like that. Okay, so that's what I was asking, basically.
Not outside the norm to have like a few spells that you would cast on yourself every morning.
Yeah, well, at the moment, the only one I do is that one, because I don't really have any other ones. Most of mine are utility. But that one, I am paranoid, so I don't want you reading my fucking brain. Get out of here. Don't read my mind.
That was trying to read his mind. He just hears the fucking elevator music from Blue Harvest.
Well, very specifically, it's this spell. It also makes me persuasive.
Oh boy.
But yeah, that was all. I just remembered I had that. I'm like, oh yeah, that was something I wanted to put on my character. Anyway, we're all caught up. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah. Now I'm assuming that Theris, you're going to try and move forward into the room, kind of guiding Cyril along.
Yeah, I'm kind of like lead him to some place where he can play, like the closest I can get, anyways. Probably not a stage in here, you know.
No, probably the closest place that he's going to be able, to stand where everybody's going to be able to see would be somewhere back in here. So, he ends up getting himself situated about here. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you're going to stand somewhere around here.
Somewhere that I can keep an eye on people. If they get the wrong idea, I can kind of come from another angle or see if they go for Cyril.
Right.
But other than that, I'm just I'm playing it cool. I'm just acting like I'm a guard, doing his thing, waiting for him to get done, you know? But he's tapping his foot at the same time because he can't resist these jams.
So, Cyril is going to have to make another performance check.
I've been looking for us for so long. We're in the top left corner. I didn't zoom out.
How many guards are in here?
Up by...
Oh no.
Performance. Okay, so not quite as good as his last attempt, but just kind of getting the crowd warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, this is his opener. He's going to save his good ones for the end.
Yep, save his good ones for the end. Yeah, the map that you're on right now, Jacob, that was actually the first one that I built, and I just started in the top left for alignment purposes because this was a hand-built one.
Oh, cool.
So anyway, well, the jams are going on upstairs. Of course, that's covering up a lot of the noise going on. But as you guys come down the stairs, you can absolutely hear a very surly dwarf just losing his fucking mind down here. Shaking the shit out of the jail bars. Just, I mean, every possible racial epithet you've ever heard in your entire life is coming out of this dwarf's mouth.
You've never heard of before, frankly.
Yes, and a few that make you question whether or not you've been around as long as you have been.
I need to go and grab my dinner.
All right. But Risen pauses at the bottom of the stairs, and he's kind of taking in the sight in front of you, of course, noting the guard that's sitting at the desk in the front, where there is a chest. And while you guys are waiting there is another guard that walks through here and continues on to this direction. And after a few seconds, maybe 30, 45 seconds, he crosses back through here again and then continues on this direction. So kind of giving you a vague layout of what's in front of you.
All right. And I can move and shit without being seen. I just can't cast anything.
Correct. I mean, at this point, if you want Risen to set you down so that way you can do some moving around, you guys are going to have an hour of free invisibility as long as you don't attack or cast any spells.
Yeah, I guess he should put me down for now.
Okay. So Risen then lifts you off his shoulder and sets you down in front of him.
There we go.
And as he's setting you down, he whispers, asking you how you guys should try and locate Dracus.
Well, I whisper back. Well, they said something about the dwarf. We should probably go that direction.
Risen nods in agreement, and he kind of turns his head for a little bit, listening to the noise.
If we can isolate it, of course.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's doing, but he points to this direction over here.
Okay. Well, I trust his ears. They're large, so we can. Yeah, let's go that way.
Okay.
I guess we're not doing this in a turn-based order. How are we doing this?
I would say don't move any further than what you can move at a walk.
Okay, what is my movement?
Should be 30 feet, unless for your small stature it's 20.
Well, it would be lower, but then we buffed it up with a bunch of my choices. Yeah, it's 30.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. You took a feat that would allow you to move at your normal speed.
Yeah.
Or standard speed of 30 feet.
Well, I guess I'll just walk up here, and I'm invisible, so it shouldn't matter if I just stand here.
Right. And Risen then follows you, walks this way.
Do I see anything immediately at the end, or is this a dead end?
Well, what you guys are able to see, I don't know why I just grabbed that. So I actually grabbed the wrong thing. So from what you guys are able to see, the little bit of an angle, of course, the guard that just walked by and was heading towards this direction, of course, that guard is gone. So
I think I can barely see his foot, right here.
Right, and that's kind of about where you guys ended up at. So
Okay.
you can make a safe assumption that this layout is probably mirrored in some way. So the path
flips
probably
up and around.
Right, flips up and around. So if the dwarf is somewhere over here, that means Dracus is probably somewhere over there as well.
Would this count as a different turn, or would I still need the same movement from my last movement?
You still have remaining movement left, because what did you move, 10 feet?
Yeah, I moved 10 feet.
Yep.
If each one is 5, I think I moved... Well, how much is each square?
Each square is 5 feet.
So 5, 10, 15, 20... Unselect. That's a fucking sleeping bag. These are fucking put your feet in the bottom. Looks tight.
Okay, Joey.
Okay, and Risen moves up to here, and that's his maximum movement of 40 feet.
How did I get further than him?
Because you were in front of him, and he moved around you
okay,
to
that
stay
makes
on
sense.
your
That
flank.
makes sense.
I
wasn't
didn't
thinking
hear
about
anything.
So now at this point,
I need to move the turn order. Blocking my view. There we go.
okay, so you can hear the other guard's footsteps now fading off in the distance. Of course, you guys getting further away. He's getting further away, so you can just barely hear over the very loud-ass dwarf shouting nonsense the footsteps walking away. So you guys are going to have an opportunity to continue moving through.
Well, I will move here first, just to see what I see.
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, that would be the random token I have selected for a very angry dwarf.
Oh, well, they can't see me. Unless they can. Okay, so then we're near the dwarf, so he should be... So I was here, so what? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I don't see him here. He must be around the corner more.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15...
Would I be able to whisper... Like, I could in theory... Would I have been able to whisper at that lady and be like, hey, have you seen a large man?
Well, I mean, that could potentially risk... Well,
Yeah.
and that actually isn't a lady. That's supposed to be the dwarf.
Oh.
Like I said, that was just a quick dirty token that I
can't tell
grabbed.
and I didn't zoom in. Well, never mind then. I was on the fence about trusting it anyway. It's very angry.
Yeah. But as you come up next to Risen again, he taps you on the shoulder and makes a hand gesture of a 4 followed by a 5.
Okay.
So basically suggesting that you guys have about
45 minutes left.
Well, 45 seconds is what he's implying.
Oh, seconds? Until we're visible?
No, until that guard comes back behind you guys.
Oh, okay. Fair. I was thinking more long term. Well, we should probably just get in a...
Well, judging by the confusion on your face, he brings his hand back up to his neck and makes a cutting
can you
motion
see
and
my
shakes his
face?
head. Well, that is actually a really good question. So yeah, so then what he does, instead of holding the fingers up against you, he places, after he taps you on the shoulder, he lays 4 fingers on your shoulder, waits for a second, and then raises his hand and then places 5 fingers on your shoulder.
We should have thought of this.
Problem solving as we go along.
Okay, I'm on board. I reach up and I tap him on the hand.
What is your return gesture besides the tapping?
I lay like a thumbs up on his hand. I don't.
And he taps you on the shoulder twice and then continues moving.
My character's like trying not to laugh because of the absurdity of. Like, he's just kicking himself for not thinking about this earlier. He's like, this is so fucking obvious. Why didn't they think of this? Probably the booze.
But once the both of you get to this point here,
Well, if
that's
he's coming
when-
up, I'm gonna line up behind him.
okay, and Risen stops when he sees Dracus, and he puts his hand out behind him, so you run into his hand before running into him.
Okay.
So he kind of like cushions the impact, and then he whispers that he found Dracus. He's in this cell. Of course, it's a little hard to hear that over the shouting dwarf.
Okay. Well, I have
But then,
decent hearing, I guess. Like, yes.
Considering what you guys are doing, I mean, the whisper is probably loud enough for you to hear, but, you know, not loud enough for anything else.
Oh, yeah.
And Dracus is just sitting there, and Risen kind of grabs onto your robe a little bit to pull you a little further ahead, so that way you can see as well.
Oh! Yeah, I couldn't see him. He wasn't real to me.
Yep,
I've
he
seen
wa-
that
he
guy
just
in the
wasn't
bar
real.
once.
Yeah, but this time he's sitting there in just a pair of trousers. Doesn't have a shirt, no weapons, no armor.
Does he have any
nothing.
fancy armor tattoos?
No, he does not.
No.
He is just a burly, barrel-chested barbarian man. Looking rather distraught at his current situation.
That's reasonable.
Can we help the dwarf, or is that not something we're here for?
Well, you're not here at all.
I know that, but hey,
I'm just giving you shit.
You just hear a voice in the distance. Save the dwarf.
Save the dwarf.
I thought
Help
about talking
me!
to the dwarf, but what we need to do is wait until the fucking guard circles back through. Then we need to talk to him, and then we can decide if we want to save the dwarf.
Just saying.
In my opinion.
I mean, on the upside, at least the dwarf is like masking any
The
fuck ups.
angry racist dwarf could definitely come in handy. I'm sure.
I mean, this is
the political rally.
basically this is what the dwarf is doing. You know, his noise is, you know, very seriously disguising a lot of noise that you guys could potentially be making.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're here. To the best of my abilities, I communicate to Risen through a mixture of gestures and like I use like walking hand on his arm that we should wait until the guard passes.
Risen just pats you on the shoulder twice.
All right.
So he's in agreement on that. But then you can kind of like feel him crouching down. Just kind of like a small movement of air as he gets down lower, so that way he can speak to you directly. And
Ooh, fancy.
he asks, loud enough that you can hear it, but not loud enough to be, you know, overwhelming the dwarf. How do you want to approach this? We can see if the guard has a key, or I can try and pick the lock and we can get him out. But one way or the other, we're probably going to have to search the chest in front of the other guard to get his equipment.
Oh yeah, we can't just leave his shit here.
No, we can't.
Well, no, I can't do that because then I'd be visible. He can fuck with the lock while invisible, yeah?
Yeah. Thanks.
Technically, yes. It's not an attack.
Okay. Well, I guess he could try to do the lock, and I could try to wander off ahead and... But here's the question. How would I carry his armor? I don't think I could.
And Risen kind of agrees with you. He's
Do you
like,
have a bag of holding?
I mean, probably.
If you have a bag
Yeah,
of holding,
you
just
should-
slip it in the bag. I mean, how are you going to slip it in the bag is the real question.
Yeah, like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to lift this. I'm not exactly...
You have to,
I mean,
you
I'm
have to
not
put the
weak.
bag over
I'm
it.
not... I'm pretty
Again,
strong
it's
for
creeping in.
a gnome. I have a strength of loading slowly. A strength of 12.
See, this is
Both
why
toddlers?
Russian stuff will come in handy. But
Russian stealth is just murder. I don't.
I mean, we wouldn't have to worry about guards if there were no guards. So.
This is true, and I
wouldn't be any
probably
witnesses.
would have followed you up to fight the corrupt regime. But
Wow.
how? I
Why
could
don't you use
gamble, try to knock one of the guards out.
Still waiting that.
Risen says that he could probably, if given the correct opportunities, he could probably knock out each one of the guards.
That seems more his area than mine. I think that might not be a bad idea.
But then he, you can tell that there's a little bit of a grimness to his tone when he asks, do you want me to knock them out or make sure they don't wake up?
I don't think we should kill them. I mean, are these inherently bad people?
Most of the people that are involved with these ship captains aren't exactly good people to begin with.
If they're corrupt, I am fine with them dying.
Yes.
If you can hide their bodies efficiently, I am okay with that.
I think down here is going to be sufficient enough.
Then yes, I am fine with that.
Let's kill.
Okay. So, that being the situation, Risen kind of shuffles you over to the corner, so that way he'll be facing the guard as soon as he comes by.
I say we.
20, 25, 30.
I gotta lighten the mood after the murder talk.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Why?
Because my character's weird.
Okay.
Also, he's a little PTSD.
Okay. And about 30 seconds pass.
Oh.
Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be 30 seconds since the conversation. About 15 seconds pass, and the guard rounds the corner. And right as soon as the guard stops in front of Risen, right in front of Dracus' cell, the guard turns to kind of, give a casual glance over to Dracus. And at this point, it is a foregone conclusion that as long as Risen hits, this man is going to die a very gruesome death.
All right.
Let's go 14 AC.
Yeah. So, this poor guard, as soon as Risen attacks, his stealth breaks, and you can see that one of his blades is ignited in flame. And the first one, that's a hit.
Some fucking stealth operation.
Second one.
This
right
is
there.
stealth, to be fair.
I mean, if he
This thing
kills
is
him
just fucking lit a
quietly,
sword on fire.
Yeah, but it didn't make noise, and it's not like the fire's gonna draw attention.
Right.
the sound of the body hitting the ground might.
Nah, he's not gonna let the body hit the ground. And if he doesn't, I'll deal with it. I can
No, that's
probably catch him.
39.
Body hits
Oh, wow.
the ground, clatters,
Oh, yeah.
and one of the
So-
guards sends me down.
So he only used one blade to do this, as with the other hand, he casually catches the guard and then slowly lowers him down to the ground.
Well then. It is what I say as that happens.
And now that Risen is fully visible, you see him as he dismisses the ignition on the sword, and you can see that it's a broken, hilted sword. That there's vaguely like 8 inches to about a foot of blade sticking out from the hilt, and it is like snapped off in a very abrupt way. And then he puts that into the sheath at his side as he lays the man on the ground and then starts rummaging through his pockets looking for keys.
Well, he can't see me, but I am looking at that very interested, just because it looks very magical. I'm like, I wonder what that is and how that works.
But once he's located the keys, he holds them up for you to take.
Alright, I am now floating keys.
Well, as soon as you touch the keys, they actually turn invisible.
Oh.
That's
I wanted...
Because now they are part of your person.
Okay. Well, I grabbed the keys and then I'm like, oh god, where'd they go?
Alright. Now, I actually need to pay very close attention to lighting here. I think this place is a little too well lit for what he wants to do.
We just need to put all of the bodies in front of the angry dwarf.
And you'll eat them.
No, I don't think he did.
You just killed all the guards through the fucking bars.
He's like, hey, come over here, you some kind of bitch. Like, I ain't no bitch. And he just chokes him out from behind the bars.
With stab wounds in their fucking rib cages and backs.
Well, he got their weapons after he choked him out, Zach. Also, these are plebs on guard duty. No one gives a shit.
He's really not wrong, though. Okay. Alright, so now at this point, now that this has been successfully accomplished, Risen then makes his way over to here and kind of presses himself up against the bars and looks around the corner, looking to see whether the dwarf is occupied. 5, 10, 15. And as you're watching him stand there, he just suddenly vanishes in a mist.
Oh. Did he Misty Step? Would I recognize what he did?
You would recognize it as Misty Step.
Okay.
That he just did a quick short-range teleport. And a few seconds later, you hear a noise from the guard and the knocking over of a few things on a table. And the dwarf suddenly stops shouting as he catches the noise as well. And 1, 2. 29. That is another dead man. And then it's all nice and quiet again.
Okay.
And then the dwarf starts doing things.
Oh, the dwarf is actually like, you can kind of hear him shuffling around against the bars, trying to see what's actually going on.
All right. Since I'm aware of this, I'm aware of this happening. Yeah.
You are aware that what Risen essentially did was just went that direction and killed the other guard.
Would I
and
be able
probably...
to like move here and then, because there's nobody immediately nearby, I'm going to assume and just go act normal.
The dwarf suddenly, stops looking the other direction. He turns and he looks at the direction of the voice, looking very confused because he doesn't see anything. And he just, "Oi, what are you about?"
Why are you here?
Because somebody has a fucking problem with me and alcohol. That's why I'm in here. And when they let me out, I'm gonna kill each and every one of them.
All right. I'm gonna open the door.
Oh my god.
I walk over here and open the door. Does that reveal me?
That does not reveal you as you unlock it. And when he hears the latch unlock, he kind of shakes the door a little bit and then slides it and just kind of looks around and sticks his hands out and is kind of like waving just up over your head, not realizing that, you're a gnome, thinking that you might be a human or another dwarf. So you can feel his hands moving up above your head at this point.
I laugh a little bit.
And now with the source of the noise coming from beneath him, then you see him pull his hands back a little bit, and then he just kind of like lightly pokes and moves his hand around until he touches your hat.
Okay. I tell him that if he just to come with us, we're just gonna fucking teleport out of here in a minute.
Then he pulls his hand back and he puts his hands on his hips and kind of gives you a sour look, and he's like, "Me armor, I'm not leaving without it."
Well, where is it? Where is your armor?
Fucking God probably has it.
Which one? The one that was patrolling?
He points in the direction that Risen went.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair. We'll get your armor. I'm cool with that. And then I give him a shot. Because I have 2 shots from earlier that I had been keeping in my hat. And then I take one and I give the other one to him.
Amazing.
It just materializes in front of him. And I'm like, alright,
The man
we're
was
gonna
thrown in jail and given alcohol. You just made a
I can just relate to his problem.
He gladly takes the shot, drinks it down, and then throws the glass behind him, shattering it on the wall.
That's about normal.
And grins, and then just kind of like pushes past you and makes his way over to where Risen's at.
Alright.
And about the time that he makes his way through, Risen is walking away from the chest, and they kind of look at each other. And the dwarf kind of looks up at Risen. "You didn't touch me, armor, did you, you knife here?"
I just cackle because I hear this.
Well, yeah, there's no other fucking noise in here other than them at this point. Risen just kind of shakes his head and gestures to the chest. "There's more stuff in there. If it's yours, it's yours. How did you get out?"
Never mind.
How did you escape?
And the dwarf just starts cackling, and he's like, "Invisible man with the alcohol." And he just kind of pushes Risen backwards to get him out of the way.
I can leave him here. They just blame him.
But anyway, Risen watches him for a few seconds as the guy is pulling armor out from the chest, and Risen then shakes his head and just meets back up with you, or is attempting to meet back up with you. Once he rounds the corner, he starts whispering your name.
I was like, "Hey, let's go get Drakus."
Okay.
And I'm like, I made a friend.
Man with the alcohol.
The invisible
This
man with the
character-
alcohol.
This man
And
is
then I
already
opened the gate
kicking up
'cause
and
I have the
absolutely
keys.
dumb as hell.
Well, by the time you guys come back to the gate, you can see that Dracus is already standing up and he's kind of looking down. And when he catches sight of Risen again, he's got a big grin on his face.
Absolutely.
And Risen sticks his hand through the bars to shake Dracus's hand just before the gate opens. And now you guys are ready to get out, unless you're actually going to wait for the dwarf.
How long does it take me to prep the teleport spell?
That's an excellent question.
Let
Let's
me
go have a
look.
quick look at that.
I will both look.
Let's
See who gets there first. My roll 20 is loading slow.
You're looking for cider?
see. Teleport.
Okay, you're looking
One
for-
action. So
Okay.
6 seconds.
Okay, that's easy.
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute. No, that's the wrong teleport. That's the 7th level one. Teleportation
I'm sorry, what did you say it
circle.
was?
This takes 1 minute to cast.
Okay. Now it's like a prep thing. Can I get it ready and then wait, or do I have to?
Yeah,
like-
essentially, what you're going to be doing as you're casting the spell, you're drawing a 10-foot diameter circle on the ground inscribed with the sigils that link the location. So you're drawing the sigils that tie you to the temple.
Now, does it
in
leave that
Luskan.
behind?
No, it would not leave that behind. Once it's used, then that vanishes.
All right. Well, I'm gonna
Because this isn't a permanent one.
on
This
the
is a temporary
assumption
one.
that the dwarf is in a hurry and I gave him booze, that I'm just gonna like start drawing this.
Okay.
Am I still invisible? Is this just appearing on the ground?
At this point, because you're actively trying to cast a spell, you become visible during the process of casting.
All right. When I become visible, I look I'm like hi, and then I go back to.
So then, over the course of the next minute, you can still kind of hear some rustling through the chest and a few curses here and there. But just as the teleportation circle is just about finished and ready to be prepared for final casting, the dwarf rounds the corner, still fastening on his gauntlets, and has a spiked helmet tucked underneath his arm. And as you get a good look at his armor, you can see that it's covered in bladed ridges and spikes.
I look. I'm like, oh my god! I've never actually met one of you. I've heard of that. I've heard of them. I think I would have heard of them, right? Like, are they super?
Oh yeah,
steep?
Battle Rager dwarfs are well known in this region.
Okay. I compliment his. I look up from drawing and I compliment his armor, and then I go back to drawing the circle.
The dwarf just laughs and then tugs his helmet on, shaking it around, and then gives it a couple good slaps to make sure that it's set in place.
He pulped someone in a bar fight. That's what fucking happened.
Fucking Sonic on him.
Sanic the
Alright.
Warcheg.
Well, once I get it
Orgy.
finished, I'm like, all right, everybody, let's come together. We gotta get the fuck
All
out of
right.
here.
So once you guys are all situated, now you guys are now safe to teleport out, as this whole process has now taken less than 5 minutes.
All right.
So now we're gonna flip back to the other guys,
Hell yeah.
as it is now time for Cyril to finish his performance and move on to the next one.
Performance.
So let's see how his performance does.
Suck.
No, slightly better than the last one. Oh man.
Slightly better, and the last one was what, an 18?
You had a
That
nat
was a
20, then
15.
you had a 15. So
Oh,
you
okay,
came
cool.
in strong, and then you've just been kind of okay. Like most bands'
Well,
second album.
Right.
Right? I mean, he's not wrong with that. That is very true.
He started with a badass guitar solo, and then when you actually went in to start playing, you just started playing
Set up.
Ragnar the Red.
Let's see.
So let's see. In terms of what can actually be removed here, just for the sake of argument, Jacob, I'm gonna let you sit there, so that way you can at least see something on the screen.
Sit where? Like in the prison?
I mean, unless you want me to remove you.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I don't care. Doesn't make a difference
Okay.
to me. I just like don't leave me in the prison. It's my spell. It's bullshit.
Dude. That's just like a Rise that teleports his whole team out, but then someone knocks him purposefully out of his freaking circle and they just leave.
Tom
And he
Kench
left
just
in the middle of
vomits
the
him out
game.
like we don't like you.
Right? No. If we're getting those, we're not
Well.
getting those as well. I'm not getting a second card.
At this point, though, you guys, Theris and Cyril, you guys know that there's basically an hour for the invisibility. So there's not much more that you guys can do other than, engage in the distraction for at least an hour. So you really have no way of knowing once they've escaped.
Yeah, we didn't plan the communication aspect of this very well.
We kind of figured it, us showing up, going 5 minutes, and then leaving would be suspicious, though. At least I thought that. So us
Right,
doing
you
an
guys
hour
were-
show and then leaving makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Are you his manager?
No,
No.
I'm just the person that got him in so he could do his thing.
That's what a manager does.
He's gonna be reported to the manager, though.
But by the time Cyril is done with his second performance, you guys have been here for roughly an hour at this point. So, of course, Theris is going to be well aware that the spell is about to wear out. And so, consequently, it's like, hey, either it's done or it's done, and we really don't want to be in here with a group of guys if something goes down.
We want to get out about now, so if they get caught, we're not involved and can help bust them out the second time.
Right. It's like if everybody else is in here, then we'll think about waging war. But we need to be able to relay information in case something happens.
And I think Theris, about the time the hour is up, actually uses his warlock telepathy to let Cyril know, hey, gotta wrap it up soon.
Yep. And while Cyril's continuing to play and whatnot, he gives you a very specific nod that he's looking directly at you when he nods, even though it's kind of part of the performance, like, he's acknowledging what you're
He's doing
saying
it in
to
a way
him.
that doesn't draw attention to it, but does give me his response.
Right.
Yeah.
And once he finishes the last little bit of his performance there, he gives the cheering men a bit of a bow, and then kind of goes into a little bit of a entertainer's spiel, trying to essentially imply that he would be more than willing to come back and perform again as often as they wish, and that if they want him to come back this evening along with some additional entertainment, they can find him at, and then he names a random tavern that is not One-Eyed Jack's.
I thought you were gonna say he was gonna go super political and just start like activist ranting.
Like who?
No, he did that with his music. His music goes all.
Oh,
Rage Against the
he went
Machine.
Rage Against the... Yeah, okay.
Full Rage Against the Machine. The irony that Rage Against the Machine was all about raging against the machine, but then they were also one of the staunchest advocates for masking and taking your shot.
I
It's
know
like,
nothing
guys.
about them singing their music. All I know is their lead singer went to a different country to work there.
Yeah, I was a little baffled by that. I'm like, I thought you guys were supposed to be raging against the machine, not raging for it.
Yeah.
Rage Against the Machine.
They got old.
That's what you thought. That's what you thought was called ourselves.
All right. So now, as you guys exit, the designated meeting point, of course, was supposed to be One-Eyed Jack's Tavern. And so let's see. It is now currently very early afternoon. By the time you guys have, gone through your walking, investigating, yada, 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 gone through all of this. Aha, I see. So going through all of this, and you meet back up at One-Eyed Jack's Tavern. Of course, you guys stopped for a few minutes at the temple, so that way Risen could give Dracus his armor back and his weapons. letting him get outfitted again.
Good job, boys. We got him.
What happened with the dwarf?
You fucked
He
up.
just
Well, the
following
dwarf,
us?
as soon as you guys reappear inside of the temple, the dwarf just kind of looks around and just kind of shudders like he doesn't want to be here and just stomps off. Doesn't even say a word.
Alright, as he's leaving, like, goodbye!
And he throws up both his hands like, ugh.
Don't fall on anyone!
Don't follow people.
Stop. My lord? Blech. My lord, go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Aw.
Aww.
I fucking Gary is my spirit animal. That poor bastard.
Come on, Gary, use the force. My daddy works there.
I fucking love this.
Glorious. Anyway, so by this point, teleporting back, the other group that was supposed to be moving to the meeting location. Now let's see, we have to start dragging people around here. That big fucking dragon dude. That's the size of a room.
It's illegal. Kill it. It'll be far easier to store.
So let's see. And we got the muscle.
The muscle.
Yep, the muscle.
You have your coffee. I completely forgot about that.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab it. Do you need anything in it?
Just a little bit of cream and that's it.
Build.
I'll be right back.
Flats. Yeah. They're still over there? Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna put all the drinks. I made a drink. Why the heck would it be in the middle of nowhere? Next to people.
Alright. Boop.
So,
and a boop.
My call for help is a peak. Alright.
So now the mystical, magical Strom, Sylvana, and Kalmar with Jax and Beniago. You guys end up meeting inside of a rather large house that kind of seems a little nondescript, thank you, in its location.
Indeed.
Also has no heraldry for any of the other high captains or anything like that.
Neutral ground, I'm assuming.
Yep, neutral ground.
Normal people.
So now, of course, the radar is working in the inverse. So, of course, Sylvana has been relaying information consistently as it's been happening. So Strom, Kalmar, and Jax are all aware that now Dracus is out of prison and relays back to Risen to, once everybody else meets back up, to trace to her and show up with Dracus present. So now Dracus is armored with Ziggy and Risen, meeting back at One-Eyed Jax, waiting for Theris and Cyril. And once they meet up, following through with the rest of the plan, the meeting is currently underway as you guys are approaching. And over the course of this meeting, the High Captain of Ship Suljak is essentially making the claim that Ship Kurth is harboring criminals with the intent to destabilize the city and effectively put the entire city into chaos for them to completely take it over and eliminate the other high captains from their positions. And at this point, this is where you guys get the little bit of added information as to what happened to these men. The guys that you left unconscious, they were found decapitated, looted of all of their valuables other than their armor. Even their weapons were taken, and their bodies were located in an alley behind one of the docks.
Well, at least the bodies were hidden until someone found
Weirdly enough, my character smiles at that. Not in the eyes, though, just the mouth.
But essentially, after the explanation and even some of the little bit of documentation on parchments from guards and whatnot, a few of the captains, they definitely appear to be on the fence about what Captain Suljak is saying. And Jax kind of takes the opportunity to speak for Beniago. And he gestures over to Strom, and he says, "You're trying to tell me that a member of this man's group, look at this man, Regal, a knight, and the man that you accused of murder is himself a fellow knight. How do you know that your witness was credible in the first place? You're making such outrageous claims, making a massive leap to a conclusion that you can't possibly back up. And besides, how do we even know that you have this man? No. And for that matter, can you even tie the man to the crime in the first place? All you did was you found some decapitated bodies in an alleyway. This is Luskan. Dead people show up all the time. Maybe when they woke up, they thought it'd be a good idea to walk through the alleyway, and a couple of cut purses thought they saw some easy targets. But he gestures over to Strom. But I think I'll let the Dragonborn speak for himself. This is, after all, a member of his troop."
And Strom nods to Jax. Whoever did this was not a member of our party. When these men approached us on the docks, they said some choice words that got my party members a little heated. There was a scuffle, but there was no murder. Nobody died. And we left.
And Captain Suljak kind of leans back, then shakes his head, and he says, "That's not what the eyewitnesses stated. They stated that, sure, you and the young lady in the corner over there, the Triton behind you, as well as the diminutive drow, the other drow that was walking with you, and the tattooed man, elf in the long coat, all wandered off, along with your friend in the blacked out armor. But then, after you guys walked off, they said that he came back, dragged those bodies into the alley, and used that massive axe of his to cut their heads off, and then left them there in the alley."
They forgot about my bugbear. They didn't even see him. I was an instigator. I'm not even getting accused.
The one who started it is just forgotten from. He's like,
Oh, sorry, I forgot about the Joe Caro. So how many people are going to be able to attest to the fact that this Dracus Delavan actually went with you from that location all the way to One-Eyed Jax's and did not in fact detour back to execute those men in cold blood before rejoining you and meeting up at One-Eyed Jax's?
Can anyone speak out, like, at all? How does this work?
It's currently Sylvana, Kalmar, and Strom are the only ones that are currently
I'm not
there.
even there. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are on your way to the meeting at this
Fair
point.
enough. Never mind.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm like half paying attention, half shopping.
Or shopping. Yeah, like life is grand.
No, that's fine. I'm sure Bree has choice words.
Well,
Do it. Do it. Unleash the verbal
No.
whiplash.
no, because I don't want to.
Yeah,
you
she's
do.
like, I'm here to be the muscles.
I'm here the muscles. I'm not the eloquent
No,
speaker.
no. Use the mouth muscles.
No.
Lol.
No, thank you.
do some
Give
under
it
the
some
table deals.
Hmm.
Oh, that's
Well-
not going to be here.
What? So then, just fine. Go for intimidation. Just
Oh, reliable.
yes. Old reliable. Fuck you.
Wow, I am.
Well, hot damn.
Burr.
Did she succeed?
Did I?
Well, as Kalmar provides some kind of witty, threatening words to Captain Sooljack, he kind of snaps his head over, and he looks just a tiny bit smaller after what Kalmar had to say to him. And he kind of mutters under his breath. It's like, well, that just kind of proves my point. A lot of you were more aggressive than necessary.
Hey,
What
no.
pirate is this man?
Exactly.
He's a high pirate captain.
So he's
He's like akin to a fucking noble. A dirty
no, he's a
noble.
bit.
He's basically just a dirty noble.
I mean, think about it like this. Do you remember the third Pirates movie, Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah.
Where they all met at the fucking...
Oh no, I get what you're painting.
Yeah, this is akin to what Luskin essentially is. That yes, there's leadership, there's a lot of disagreements, they fight with each other, there's backstabbing in the alleys, and, you know, struggles for power and control, you know, all the way around. So it is very, very unlikely that, you know, minor events will cause any shift in the political landscape. But if you can garner enough support for a major push, like in this situation here, trying to paint one of the high captains as a problem for the rest of the captains, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that is essentially what they're trying to do at this point.
Each pirate only ever votes for himself.
Exactly. Each pirate only ever votes for himself.
I love the Brother Report scene. There's a lot of funny scenes next to the midget shooting himself back into the ship. How much are these again? They're less than $1? Fine. Alright.
Too damn high.
It's okay. We've already bought way too much. In fact, this trip's probably going to be over $400. But I'm not paying for it. Yet. I'll work on that. No, we're good. We just need the milk and the butter. Which again, I'll probably get butter at Walmart, so you need to go out to restock. It's full.
Oh boy,
I won't be
Walmart.
now.
But anyway, Jax kind of interjects at this point and cuts off Captain Sooljack from saying anymore. And he looks at the rest of the captains and he says, do you honestly believe that this is what would be attempted here. Most of the members of this group were actually the same ones that killed the White Dragon out on the road between here and Mirabar, effectively making it safe for your overland trade from all of the shipping that you get in through here, in order for you to pass your illegal goods through and then out to Mirabar, down to Neverwinter, etc., etc. So why, oh why, do you think that this would be a situation that Captain Souljack is trying to paint? If anything, at this point, this is looking a lot more like Captain Souljack is very unhappy with his current position and is looking to make some moves for himself. And he wants the rest of you to carry him along and see him sitting where Captain Kurth is currently sitting. But I think Captain Souljack forgets who the real power is in this city.
It's in his butt.
And you guys see the other captains kind of, look away from Jax and kind of look at the ground, and Captain Souljack is just kind of staring Jax down for a moment. But you can catch the moment where his eyes flick down at the table. And at about this time, you guys end up entering the building and making your way up. And at this point, I'm assuming that Sylvana would make Jax aware of their entrance to the building.
Yeah, very subtly, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing she's sitting right next to him, so...
Well, she's kind of... You guys are kind of standing because you're not actually, quote-unquote, welcome at the table. So, a subtle touch to the shoulder or something like that to get his attention.
Yeah.
But Jax kind of grins and then leans back and puts his feet up on the table. And he says, and at this point, as far as I'm concerned, you have no power here, Captain.
Okay, Gandalf. Or, no, it wasn't Gandalf, it was... What was his name again?
You can't fuck up your sassy quote. Get out of here.
Ha 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 ha. You have no power here, Gandalf the Grey.
Why am I here? This looks weird. I don't like this.
With Dracus in the lead, pushing open the door, and as you guys file in, the other captains, as they hear the door open and protests abound about, random people just entering this closed meeting.
I wave as I enter.
He's just doing the queen wave, just, hey. Alright, so
and of course, there was a, physical description of Dracus attached to this. So, the giant of a man in blacked out armor with 2 axes. And the other captains look at Captain Souljack. And Captain Souljack appears to have forgotten himself for a moment. As he stands up and he points at Dracus and shouts at him, "You should be in prison. What are you doing here?"
What are you doing here?
It just turns into a staring. It's like Chris and the stupid monkey in a closet, where it's just them pointing at each other with that face. Sorry, Dave. I'm going to leave this to you because my brain is not focused. I'm too in.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. But as Dracus comes in to the room and kind of, takes in the sight of everybody in there, he gives Strom a short nod and a little bit of a grin. But as Captain Souljack calls him out, Dracus steps up to the table and plants his knuckles onto the table, leaning over, and you can hear the table creaking heavily as he leans towards Captain Souljack.
Quick interjection. Would
Yes.
it be possible for me to have been on his shoulders this whole time?
Yes.
Sean, are you okay with this?
Yes, I was
Alright.
going to wonder when you were going
You just have an angry gnome sitting on his shoulder with his arms crossed and just scowling at him.
Yeah, I was like looking down, like shaking my head.
Not in my house.
I kind of just want Strom to say, you know, you're all accusing this man. Why don't you get the answers from him yourself?
And as Dracus leans in and stares at Captain Souljack, just mean mugging the absolute ever-loving fuck out of him, he just kind of growls out his response. He says, "Your men ambushed me outside of the marketplace, charging me with murder at the behest of my fucking sister." And the other captains kind of turn and look at Captain Souljack with a measure of incredulity of this very key detail being left out. And Jax just kind of guffaws out loud and starts clapping, shaking his head. And eventually he puts his head in one hand and rubs his brows. And he says, "You know what? I think we need to dispense with this meeting at this point. I need to have some very private words with Captain Souljack." And at that point, Sylvana hears the door behind her open. The door on the other side of the room opens as well. And you can see about a dozen drow split over the course of the room walking out along with Kimuriel. And the other captains stand up and kind of look around as they're like, "Oh god, are we going to get whacked?" But Jax just kind of points to each one of them in turn and gestures for them to leave. And they do without any complaint, leaving just Captain Souljack as the drow make their way to kind of flank him and then block off the door, block off any of the exits, with hand crossbows drawn. As Kimuriel comes up behind Captain Souljack and just forcefully sits him back down in his chair.
Yeah, I'm worried about water. No, I'm saying that's why. Yeah.
And now, to essentially summarize what takes place at this point, since we are now running long, basically, Jax makes him an offer that he can't refuse. If Captain Souljack wants to keep his life, then he is going to pledge his allegiance to Ship Kurth, and only Ship Kurth. And the next time that he steps a toe out of line, then the drow will pay him a visit, and he will not wake up the next day. And make no mistake, he is a man of his word. And after that, Kimuriel places his hands on either side of Captain Souljack's head and begins whispering a few words. And you can see, as Captain Souljack is agreeing to this, his eyes roll into the back of his head for a few moments, and then he just kind of drops forward onto the table, and Kimuriel gives a quick nod to Jax, and Jax nods in return as the rest of the drow vacate the rooms back to where they had come from, leaving the doors open. And as Kalmar and Sylvana can kind of catch a quick glance in there, you can see that there are dimensional doors that are opened into those rooms. And the drow exit through those, and they close behind, and it's as if they were never there.
Spooky.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
And that is where we will end this session. Save for one last thing, because we have been forgetting about one very important party member. Because Zach has been busy doing all of the work himself. And you guys do still have a little bit of a day left. So that means Ziggy, Kimuriel, and Theris can all head back to the tower to try and get a little bit of work done.
Yay.
So, Cosmic Horror, are you wanting to engage in a little bit more work? What about you, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got to get it done. Might as well get it done.
I gotta say, you guys have several days of work left, and you kind of lost, half a day already, or a little bit more. So you'll have to be working a little bit later to try and make up the time.
And here I thought it was
I
about
wonder.
turning into shenanigans.
But when you guys, after you all, separate, clapping, Dracus on the shoulder and whatnot, of course, Theris, Ziggy, the attachment for Dracus is like, yes, glad to have you back, but hey, it's been real, it's been good, it ain't been real good, I'm gonna go back to work.
It's like, I got shit to do, glad you're not dead, bye.
But
So glad you're free, got shit to do.
I was part of it, bye.
I got to be Jamie.
I got to be Jamie.
I got to be the Walrus Man.
But when you guys get out to the tower, of course, it's kind of strange. You're not hearing anything. No noise, nothing. And when you get there, walk inside of the tower, you don't see Sankira, but instead you see another mage in strange attire just laying on the ground in the middle of the half-built circle, completely unconscious, and Sankira is nowhere to be found.
Well, what does this mean to me? Like, looking around, can I, piece anything stick out?
Anything that sticks out?
Is it fucked with anything? At a quick glance, did this guy appear here? Did he walk in? Did he, I don't know.
Well, as you come up to the body laying there, you can see that they are completely unconscious. They're still breathing, but strangely, they're directly in the middle of the circle that you guys are in the process of building. And as you enter into the circle, it almost feels like there was a discharge of energy that went on.
That's not good.
No, definitely not good, but you guys will have to solve that mystery next time on Dungeon Ball Z.
It's okay.
Man, we get one person back and now someone else goes missing. This is what happens when you split the party.
It's okay. We came across a Slim Jim that's called Monster Short Boy.
Monster Short Boy.
Is it a thick one?
It is, but it's short.
So it's like a cheese wheel.
Yes.
It's terrible.
I did this. I did.
I feel like I actually was productive that session.
Yes, you were. I am proud of you.
Yay. I know you're fucking with me, but I legitimately feel joy.
He legitimately feels joy while he's getting quit.
Well, it's not very often you guys actually get to do an active RP skill checking, stealth situation. So this was something that I've been kind of putting together for quite a while. So I'm glad to see that you guys enjoyed it and had fun letting your characters use some of the other lesser known and lesser used abilities.
I've used my disguised self ability. I've been excited about it since I got it, and this is the first time I've gotten to use it. I'm kind of excited about that.
Well, I mean, honestly, most of the party usually prefers to engage in Russian stealth.
Yeah.
So
it's
kind of had to craft this as a situation where it's like Russian stealth is not an option.
Russian stealth usually
bite
works.
and blast my way to victory, but
Bite and blast my way to victory.
whether poorly or not, that's usually the go-to.
Yeah, but I'm gonna pay him back.
Uh,
Not in all one lump sum though.
Yep, I do believe that is where we will call it quits.